We on? Morning, everybody. Welcome to this May 6th meeting of the Charlotte City Council Transportation Planning and Development Committee. As usual, we will start with introductions, beginning over there in the corner with Mr. Pettin. That was right. Good.
Catherine Cornett, Planning. Catherine Alicia Osborne, Planning.
Douglas Walton, Planning Commission.
Ian Peterson, Planning.
Malcolm,
Sorry. Allison Craig, Planning Director.
Malcolm Graham, committee member.
Ed Driggs, Committee Chair.
Liz Babson, Assistant City Manager.
Yolanda Jones, Planning.
Brent Cagle, Interim CEO, CATS.
Lynn Alexander, Charlotte Transportation.
Brett Baldeck, CATS. Eric Steinberg, Business Journal.
And online. Ms. Molina.
Monica Holmes, Deputy Planning Director.
Dante Anderson, Mayor Pro Tem.
Marjorie Molina, Vice Chair.
Good morning, Victoria Watlington, Committee Member serving at large.
I think that's everybody. Great. We have two items today. One is a CATS update and the other a planning update. So we'll start with Mr. Cagle.
Yes, sir. Good morning, everyone, and good morning to all members of the TPD. I have a couple things to share with you today. One, just a little bit of information that we've already gathered related to the Love and Life Festival and the use of CATS for the weekend or for whatever people were coming uptown for over the weekend. It was very successful. We did see a significant increase in ridership over the weekend, at least a 50% increase in ridership over the weekend. Right now, we're estimating somewhere in the neighborhood of 70 to 80,000 riders over the weekend. We sold approximately 3,000 to 3,500 passes for the event. This was one where we offered a three-day festival CATS pass for riders who were coming out, and so we saw pretty strong sales in that. We also saw several high usage of our ticket vending machines on platforms. Safety and security and our ambassadors were out in full force to help people understand the ins and outs of ridership, and we saw we got a lot of generally positive feedback on our efforts to move folks and get them where they were going. We also saw a pretty high rate of fare compliance over the weekend, so it was all around a good event. Can't wait for next year, I suppose.
Mr. Cagle, were there any schedule adjustments to accommodate the special traffic conditions?
Yeah, so on each day of the event, especially during the close of the event, for each day we would add trains, and on several of the days, if you had parked at the end of line, so J.W. Clay, University City, or 485, because we knew the rail, especially at the end of each night, was going to be very busy, we added special buses or express buses so that if passengers didn't want to wait for the next train, they could just hop on a bus and take them to end of line. The additional trains worked very well, as well as the express buses. Again, we got a lot of generally good feedback. Had a few issues with people, crossing the tracks and those kinds of things, but they were all very minor, and everyone was safe, and it was definitely a success. The primary item on the agenda that I wanted to talk about or give in my update is the FTA Financial Management Oversight, or FMO, Full Scope System Review, or FSSR, report that was issued by the FTA. Each member should have received this information. There are three documents, the first of which is a letter from Dr. Yvette Taylor, who is the Region 4 Administrator. This is the letter that the FTA sent to us on April 2nd. On May 2nd. Then you'll have a response from CATS that we sent back to the FTA on April 2nd. And lastly, you have the FMO review report provided by or conducted by Sager and Rosenberg. They were contracted by the FTA to conduct the review. So again, in summary, Sager and Rosenberg, or S&R, agreed that, in quotes, management's assertion that the City of Charlotte has maintained effective internal control over its compliance with FTA financial management system requirements. So that was the primary, or their overall finding or observations as they conducted the review. However, there were 4 findings that they identified. There are 3 levels of findings in these types of reviews. The highest level, or the worst, is material weakness. The middle is significant deficiency. And the lowest level is an advisory comment. All 4 of our findings fell into the middle or significant deficiency category. I'm happy to provide you just a summary and could answer more questions if you have specifics about each one. But in general terms, the first 3 findings were all related to CATS not being able to provide requested documents by the date that the contractor, Sager and Rosenberg, specified us provide them. So they asked for a document and said, please provide this by X date. We were able to provide the documents, but we were not able to provide 3 of those documents by the date that they specified. And there are reasons for that. I'm happy to share with you if you'd like to know. But the 4th finding was similar in that it was a review of our fixed assets and how we record fixed assets in the city's accounting system, Munis. And they felt like the fixed assets in the system, it was not clear. There was not a field in Munis that clearly stated that the city or CATS holds title to the asset. And secondly, they believed that it was too difficult or not prominently displayed in the record the condition of the asset. And those are both FTA requirements. So again, not that that information wasn't provided to them, but again, we weren't able to provide it quite in the way that they would have expected to see it. So again, all of those are the 4 findings. We do believe that these findings, we think this was a good audit, a very clean audit. Our response, again, dated April 2nd, was provided to the FTA, and I'm sorry, our response dated May 2nd was provided to the FTA, and we will be working over the next 90 days to rectify all of these 4 issues.
So that's it on, I would like to comment, we had requested that the FTA move up the schedule for performing this audit as a result of some of the difficulties that came to light about CATS about 1.5 years ago. And so I think this outcome is very, very positive and a great reflection on how we have kind of recovered from some of the issues that were going on then. Essentially, what came out were these deficiencies in terms of just kind of record keeping. So it wasn't that there was anything wrong. It was just we weren't able to kind of produce the documents demonstrating that we were operating in accordance with the plans. So I think it's a big win for CATS. Wanted to congratulate you, Brent, and everybody at CATS. I think in light of the way things were some time ago, this could have been a lot worse. And I'm very pleased and relieved that it came out the way it did, because it is, in fact, a very clean audit. I did have one question. When you do financial audits, normally there's like a management letter, or sometimes there's interaction between the management and the auditors in terms of was the staff responsive, and what was the audit process like, et cetera, et cetera. Is there nothing like that for this type of audit?
We had exit interviews with the consultant and with the FTA. However, they have not captured that in written form. But after they were done doing their field work and their interviews, we did do exit interviews with them. to do just that, to discuss what went well, how we could make the process better of being audited, but also in general, these items.
So fair to say that right now, we're in good standing with the FTA?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Excellent. All right. Do you have anything else for us?
No,
I
sir.
have a question.
Yes.
So I too want to lend my voice to was it Ms. Johnson?
I think, Ms. Johnson, I wanted to indicate you came on the call, I think, after the introduction, so welcome. And I guess,
I think it was.
yeah. Why don't you go first?
Thank you. Thank you for the welcome. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Cagle. I did hear the end of the report about the bus system during the festival, and that was great to hear. I'd loved more express buses and more microtransit up in the university area permanently. So that's great to hear. I did want to ask about if we're going to receive an update about the MTC deferring the budget for CATS. Can you give us an update on that information?
Yes, ma'am. So at the last MTC meeting, there were 3 action items for the MTC to consider. One, to approve the operating budget, the second, to approve our capital budget, and the third, to approve our debt budget. They approved 2 of the budgets, the capital budget and the debt budget, but the Vice Chair, Mayor Knox, did ask to defer vote on the operating budget until either a special meeting or the May regularly scheduled meeting.
Ms. Johnson, that is probably related to an ongoing conversation we're having with the other members of the MTC about the details of an updated MOU, is it, for the MTC? Or interlocal agreement?
Yes, Mayor Knox stated that he felt that there was great progress being made in discussions amongst all the members related to the interlocal agreement.
Right.
And he asked that the operating budget, the vote, be deferred until, as those discussions continue.
So those conversations are actually going on still. The manager and our legal staff are working on some language changes to the old agreement, reflecting some of the concerns that have been expressed by the other members of the MTC. We expect all of that to get resolved, I think, in the very near term.
Okay, thank you, because that does affect our budget, obviously, right, for the city?
Yes, we're working to ensure that our budget can move forward on schedule.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I'll jump in
Sorry,
there.
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. First, again, just want to go back to the report, and then I want to get back to the operating budget too. The MTC review, have they seen the copy of the final report? Have they been given a presentation, and are they satisfied with the results?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes, yes?
Yes, yes, yes.
All of the above.
All the above?
At the April meeting, everything except our response, the formal letter, was provided to the MTC. At that time, we talked to them about what our response would be. We just hadn't written it yet. So yes, we presented it to the MTC, and they asked several questions, but yes, yes, yes.
So does that alleviate their concern for an independent audit? Does this kind of satisfy where they were trying to achieve in terms of getting the answers that they wanted about the system?
I believe it demonstrates that the FTA has done this off-cycle review, and they have found these 4 minor things, but again, just minor, so minor items.
Okay. And going back to the operating budget, and again, how significant is that? Them not approving it now?
Have fun with that one.
Well, I would say that for City Council, our budget needs to be included in the manager's recommended budget and ultimately approved. And so if we get to the end of May, or to the MTC meeting in May, My recommendation to the MTC would be no deferral on the May meeting for the operating budget, because we will need some budget to include in the June final city council, authorized or recommended budget for city council in June.
And that their approval of 2 of the 3 and the lacking of the operating budget based on what again?
So
And I'm asking questions I already know the answer to, but I think it's really important that the public understands what's happening here.
Let me take a shot at that. The omission of the operating budget, as I understand it, was not a reflection of concerns they had about the operating budget. It was more a procedural issue about they wanted to get these other matters resolved, the governance question, the update of the agreement, before moving ahead. Because they had had workshops and other things, they've had opportunities to look at the operating budget, and there are no outstanding issues from those, I think it's fair to say. And therefore, I'm interpreting this as a kind of procedural point that they would like to see us finish the process of updating the agreement before they take the action.
Well, and that's the point I'm trying to get. One really doesn't have anything to do with the other.
Exactly.
Am I fault in thinking that way?
I think that's fair to say, isn't it? Yeah.
I will agree with Mr. Driggs.
So I got a headache about that. And I just want to go on the public record of saying that. I think we're at a unique point where regional cooperation is really important, and that we have to continue to focus on what's best for the region, for all of us. I'm not sure this makes a whole lot of sense for anybody. Governance issue, I'm not sure you're going to solve a governance issue in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. I think that's a longer conversation for a wide variety of parties involved. I just think it's more complicated than what's being outlined here today. Enormous amount of respect for my colleagues in the region. My district probably is larger than 5 or 6 of the towns combined. And I think it's really important that we don't allow the tail to wag the dog. So I'll just leave it there and to be continued.
Mr. Graham, I agree with you. I think we are intent on not allowing our progress towards the goal to be slowed down, and we are in a difficult situation. I think some longstanding tensions within the MTC have bubbled up, and so we're doing our best to be responsive. At the end of the day, it comes down to an authority, right? I mean, the ultimate realization of the regional plan is going to depend on the creation of a completely different structure. And I've tried to argue that takes more time and that we shouldn't be held up now with this, modifying the agreement that we have now, because really the plan is to get to a whole different structure. But it is what it is. I'm very hopeful that we will have a way forward very soon.
Well, I hope we're right. I mean, the General Assembly's in session, and there's some important conversations there.
We need to move it.
There's important conversations about the red line and some other stuff. And again, those are way more important from my perspective than trying to resolve a long-going issue in 3 to 4 weeks that I think is going to take a lot more to do. I think we need to, like Don Staley would say, make the main thing the main thing. And I think there's a couple of things that are right in front of us that's more important than not approving the operating budget. I think we need to make the main thing and focus on what we need to do that will propel the region for the next 5-10 years if we do it right. And then we pivot back to what is a conversation I'm willing to have about governance and authority and at a later date, but certainly we can't allow the tail to wag the dog. And we got a clean audit. For the last year and a half, CATS has been doing tremendous work. You've come in there and fixed what was broken, brought in new staff, increased ridership in terms of the operating of the system here in the city and the county. And I think those things need to be acknowledged publicly by the region. And then if there are any outstanding issues that we have to address collectively, then we should do that in a manner that is forward-thinking and all of us working together, moving it forward. So I've said enough, but I just think it's really important that that we acknowledge the receipt of the report and acknowledge how I believe we should move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Ms. Watlington.
Hey, Mr. Chair, I just was going to agree with both of you, so I'll keep it brief.
This is a longer conversation, and perhaps we could have a meeting, I don't know, with the representative from MTC. I tend to think a little differently. I think there's an opportunity for us to work with the MTC. As far as I know, the decision to defer was almost unanimous, with just our mayor voting against it. And then even from the city manager perspective, I believe that they're all on board. So perhaps it's an opportunity to step back and take a look at those other parties, the other, I don't know, is it 7 towns and 7 city managers? I mean, if it's 14 people, we might want to step back and listen. So it's just about negotiating and relationship building. In my opinion, when we did not agree to that independent audit, I was opposed to that then. And I think that this approach of just being very firm and not negotiating is leading us in a direction that this is why we are here today. So I just think a different approach, if we wanted to consider the regionalism and know that we need those, and I know we all know that we need the towns, but I think this firm approach is getting us into it's more trouble than it is a benefit. Thank you.
So I don't think this is the right setting for going further in depth on this. I will just say that Charlotte's position has been to try and achieve an outcome that properly reflects the fact that we own the assets, the employees work for us, and we are liable for the debt of CATS. And therefore, there are certain kind of priorities that we're trying to uphold, and at the same time, we're also trying very hard and leaning in to be responsive to the issues that have been brought to us. There hasn't been a lack of engagement, but we came from a place where we were sort of pretty far apart on how all of this should work. The MTC was put together in the first place with one man, one vote, meaning that Pineville and Charlotte had the same weight in their voting process. And that, to me, was a clear indication that it was not meant to be a controlling body for CATS. We wouldn't have agreed to be a party to something in which we had only one vote if it was going to actually run that show. So we have some issues that were kind of endemic to the original agreement that we now belatedly need to work out. But as Mr. Graham points out, at the moment we're under time pressure because progress towards our greater goal of getting a new revenue source approved and being able to move ahead with these investments depends on our being able to act pretty quickly right now and approach the legislature. So if everybody's okay, I don't want us to kind of dive too deep into that. That's kind of where we are at the moment. Again, we are hopeful to achieve a resolution and be able to move ahead, is all I'll say about that right now. And with that, I think, thank you, Mr. Cagle, on many levels. And let's move on to the second item on our agenda, which is a planning update from Ms. Craig.
That's easier.
Yes, well, I don't know. Listen first. Don't be too quick, and look out for that guy sitting over there.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. The planning update today has two parts. The first will be an update on the UDO text amendment process, and the second update will be on community area planning and the policy map update. So I'm going to start first with the text amendment. If you can go to the next slide. Go ahead. No, that's perfect. Sorry, go back. You're right ahead of me. So I want to talk briefly about a cleanup text amendment that we have up for a hearing this month. I want to just give you some overall housing numbers. In the city, I think it's always good to look at data. Talk briefly about 3 different phases of residential text amendments that I've brought before you before, but want to just remind you all that there are 3 phases. I've got a summary slide that shows just what the different development options are in the UDO for subdivisions. Again, phase 1 and phase 2 are really about looking at residential developments in the form of subdivisions, and then talk about a schedule. Next slide. Yeah, there you go. So going forward, so this will be a cleanup text amendment. We are working on a process where we're going to have a regular cadence of what we're going to call UDO maintenance, and we'll have them at regular intervals. So whether it's our partners in other departments or external community members or stakeholders, we'll kind of know what that's going to ultimately look like. So we're working on what that schedule is, and we'll be back before you. Again, this one was filed on the 5th. We updated that in April. It's addressing many items that have been identified by internal staff, by the community and industry. We had an engagement session, or we were going to have an engagement session on the 7th, and then public hearing on the 20th. Next slide.
Ms. Craig, is that just the
This is just
conservation option?
this is just cleanup. This is
cleanup.
just cleanup.
It's not about
Yeah, no,
conservation or
yeah.
that.
No,
Okay, let's
yeah,
be
sorry.
clear about
Yeah,
that.
just real quick. Yeah, so this is just a quick update on a cleanup text amendment. Sorry, thank you for making sure that that was clear. So again, this is just for updating some definitions, clarity, clarifying existing uses and permissions, some dimensional standards, certain planting and preservation standards. And probably the one thing to point out is that we had an alternative compliance review committee before with TOD, and we are reestablishing that in 160D. That board is no longer administrative, they are quasi-judicial, and so we will be reconvening that group. Again, this is just an opportunity to provide different design alternatives from the UDO that the board can hear based on that committee.
And these text amendments were developed in consultation with the UDO Advisory Committee?
Correct, yes.
And is there a general consensus about them? Like, is there any outstanding controversy here? Or?
No.
So this is really administrative?
This is really an administrative.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Next slide. So the 3 phases of residential text amendments is really the bulk of the presentation today. So just wanted to give you some numbers. Right now in the city and in the ETJ, there are a little over 11,000 acres of parcels that are 2 acres or more that are developable under neighborhood 1 zoning districts. About 55% of that is within the city limits, about 45% of that is within the ETJ. We're going to talk a little bit about this later on in the presentation. About 24 acres of that 11,000 that are developable is within a critical and protected watershed or in an airport noise overlay district.
24% of the...
Of the
yes.
11,000, correct. There are a total of 143,000 neighborhood 1 housing units in Charlotte. Since the UDO has gone into effect, we have seen in permitting a little, almost 9,000 units. So about 3,200 of those are vested under current standards. About 5,500 are in sketch plans, meaning they are not vested as of today. And this is about almost 3,000 more than what we had in the queue last month. Next slide. The 3 different phases, so again, we've talked to council and to committee several times about this, but again, conservation phase 1 is intended to be for sites that have environmental constraints. We are doing this now and recommending immediate action because of the quality of sites that are being submitted currently to staff. And wanted to make a note, and we'll again talk about this later, is that listen to some of the feedback from the development industry and the affordable housing developers, and we've added an additional affordable housing incentive in this text amendment because it was something easy that we could do now and hopefully helpful in providing more affordability.
So, Ms. Craig, are you now talking about a different text amendment from what you described initially? Because this is not just administrative. Some of this is.
Yes, so, sorry, we are on, sorry, I'm going too fast apparently. I'm sorry, I apologize.
Yeah, I want to one step at a time. I want to be
Sorry,
absolutely
I'm
clear
sorry.
about this, sorry.
So, okay, the first was the cleanup. I'm moving on. Now we are on to the compact, the conservation, and those.
Right, so
those
your
text
previous slide, if you back up a slide, this information is sort of the context in which the things that you're now talking about needs to be considered, right? So 11,300 acres, 24 and so on, and particularly notable, 45% is in the ETJ, so I think we've all heard about the ETJ, and you'll get to that, I'm sure, but I wanted to know, just for context, the land area of Charlotte is something over 200,000 acres, just so we get a feel for what the significance is of these numbers. And so now we're going ahead to talk about two things. One of them was what we have previously been told, namely that we need to do something about our conservation option because a lot of plans are being submitted availing themselves of the option but not in alignment with what we intended. So that's one issue. But the other issue is the industry has come to us, and forgive me if I'm kind of walking all over your script, but the industry has come to us and said the rules as they exist right now, except for the conservation option, almost require the development of housing at a higher price point than we really want. And so they've been after us to kind of think about that. And that, our response to that then is this compact development option. So just want to make sure everybody's in step, and then you just continue.
Thank you, Mr. Driggs, I appreciate that. Yes, so next slide.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I just want to make sure I have a contextual question. Is it all right for me to ask it?
Yes, go ahead. Sure.
So what we're hearing from the development community, when you say requires more affordable, are you talking about the conversation we've been having for some time, just the overall UDO, or are you talking about specific feedback or reaction to what we're about to see?
I'd say both.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And again, remember we had a referral, right? So we had the referral, and the referral was in response to a bad reaction by some residents to the UDO by right alternative to a petition, if you recall. There was a particular case. A lot of people came to us and complained that they were being pressured by the prospect of the by right development into agreeing with another type of development, a petition that they didn't like. And so the whole question about what can be done by right under N1A was scrutinized more carefully. There was a referral to the committee. And then subsequent to that, the issue of these plans being submitted under conservation came up, and the staff recognized what they thought was a bad trend for development taking place there that was not the way we intended, and in their mind was not healthy. So those were separate things, but they've converged somewhat in the sense that we are now trying to shut the conservation option or push it back to where it belongs, being namely relatively rare case of a certain kind of development with a large open space and small lots. And then in the meantime, though, dealing with the issue around the conservation option by introducing in, as a result of the referral process, the compact development. And is that fair?
Yeah, you did a great job.
All right, so we can keep playing off each other.
Yes.
I'm talking council speak, and you're,
I'm talking
way
planning
down.
jargon.
Go ahead.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you, Mr. Driggs. So yes, conservation is something we've been talking about as being something that was not intended, and compact is a solution to the recognition that housing supply is very important to Charlotte. And I just wanted to just remind everyone too, that when we're talking about both of these options, again, we're talking about subdivisions. And so these are new subdivisions. This is not a conversation about infill until we start to talk about duplexes and triplexes later this fall. Next slide.
Could you talk about the residential on the right there, back up one?
Sure. So yes, so this is really the phase 3, and what we've begun talking to you about is the conversation that maybe we may need to right size our residential tools and talk about, we've only seen an infill situation, maybe 150 duplexes. Why is that? Do we need to make some adjustments to those standards? We are also seeing a lot of interest in quadruplexes, so 2 up, 2 downs. Building code changes have made those more viable. So wanting to consider those, and then looking at cottage courts. Right now you have to do a rezoning, and I think that we could allow them by right. And then wanting to make sure that we're getting more ADUs. I don't think that we've seen as many as I would have thought. And so looking at some of those standards to make sure that those are a viable opportunity.
So,
But again, that is a phase, that's
right.
in the fall.
I have relatively limited understanding of what that actually is going to be. It doesn't feel to me like we've talked a lot about the residential supply thing. And I gather that the zoning committee also had a concern that they weren't sure what that was. So, but is it fair to say that we can work on phase 1 and phase 2 without prejudice to phase 3?
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
So phase 3 will happen later, and any action we take now can be confined to the issues in phases 1 and 2.
I think while they're not unrelated, I think phase 3 is really responding more so to infill development. And so in conservation, phase 1 and phase 2 are really focused on residential subdivisions. So
will phase 3 then manifest itself in the kind of the policy map discussion, or where will we see the work being done in phase 3? Is it going to be text amendments? Is it going to manifest in the policy map? How will that come forward?
So we will bring that forward to the UDO Advisory Committee. We'll bring it forward to committee and to council. I think just with the way the council schedule is in terms of your meetings, and there'll be a break in July and part of August, I think those conversations will begin with our advisory committees and with stakeholder groups over the summer, and then bring that forward to you in the fall when you're back from break.
We would not be committing to anything, I'll be right with you, we would not be committing to anything related to residential supply by acting on the first 2 phases.
There may be some modifications depending on what council would like to do with what uses are allowed that could then be translated into, let's say you decide that you want quadruplexes to be allowed everywhere in the entire city of Charlotte, in all zoning districts, then that would then introduce quadruplexes as an allowed use in subdivisions potentially, if that's how you choose to act. And so those are the conversations that we can have. But again, I think we're really, in phase 3, we're really more so talking about infill development.
I think it's fair to say that that is unlikely, but
What's
okay.
that?
I think it's fair to say that's unlikely.
Don't
Ms.
want to
Molina.
scare people. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just really quickly, as we're going through this, I just want to highlight, you guys recently completed an exercise where you had members of the community present. Is this information a direct result of that exercise?
Yes, and I'll go into some of the details about compact, and I'll talk about, because we had two workshops.
Okay.
So, yes.
And so the most recent exercise, was that something that allowed you to kind of glean in and decide there was a phase, need in order to do this, or can you explain that to me?
Sure. I think really what that workshop was intended to do was to get into the details of what compact development would look like and what the development standards should be in order to be most impactful to creating housing supply.
Right.
And so, yes, so that workshop informed what the details of the standards for phase 2 look like.
Okay, so, but that was specifically for phase 2 only, the most recent exercise? Okay, so 2 things. When we say phases, because I think we really need to be specific, words matter. When you say is this Amendment 1, Amendment 2, Amendment 3?
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
Tell me what Amendment 1 is specifically.
So next slide, and,
Okay.
and I'll show you.
If we would just let Allison finish, but we can't help it.
I know. Listen, Dr. Watlington, I just want to make sure that, we're clear,
No,
the
I'm with
public is
you.
clear, like.
I'm with you wholeheartedly,
Well,
because I got all kinds of questions.
Ed said this was gonna be easy, right?
Yeah.
We're excited. It's cool.
Okay. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so this is what phase one conservation says. And so again, this is trying to get the conservation standards in the UDO back to what they were intended to be, which was to preserve high-quality open space, green area, and environmentally sensitive features. It is a concept that's been around since the 60s. It is in many cities' toolbox for making sure that you are incentivized to protect special places and allow for smaller lot sizes so that those special places are protected. And so we have found that what we're seeing is not meeting that intent, and so we're asking for an additional 15% of tree save and open space for a total of 40%. It's exactly the same standard that has been in the city of Raleigh for years. We are requesting to increase the minimum dimensions and standards of open space, again, exactly in line with what Raleigh has in many other cities. Require public streets and only the use of alleys in limited ways. So like in the traditional sense where you see an alley that you're facing the public street and then your garage is on the back and you access your garage or your parking area from an alley. Require lots to front public streets, green areas, or open space, not private streets or alleys, add in a buffer. And then I mentioned this additional mixed income bonus. Remember, I think Laura Belcher from Habitat mentioned this and a couple other affordable housing developers too, just the importance of reducing lot sizes in order to get the density and intensity that they are looking for. So next slide. This is, so we added this to the conservation text amendment really just because it was super easy to do. Because the way the UDO is written today, if you are providing 50% or more affordable housing on sites that are an acre or more, you can go and use the lot standards from the next district. So N1A could go to B, which allows you to reduce your lot size and get more units on the ground. What we are proposing for affordable is that they can go to C. And so it's going from 70 to 50 in terms of the lot width. So this is something that we think that the community benefit of affordability allows projects just to directly go to those standards. So A goes to C, B goes to D, and C goes to E. So it's like just a few letter changes in the UDO, which is why we went ahead and did that. So the units, so again, 50% affordable. Again, we cannot regulate for rent or for sale, so that they could be either. Next slide. I've mentioned this before. What we are seeing is that we're getting lots of developments with alleys. These alleys and the roads, the water, the sewer, and the stormwater will all be the responsibility of the property owners in perpetuity. CDOT will never be able to take over these streets because they do not meet CDOT standards. They lack sidewalks and they lack street trees. And I've gotten some estimates from my partner departments, and the cost of just the infrastructure piece of this is probably about $1 million per mile every 10 years. So these are not little numbers.
And this is ETJ?
These right now are occurring, we'll show a map later in the presentation, but they are throughout the city and ETJ. So right now, 8,800 units in review right now. We've got lots facing stormwater facilities, slivers of open space with buildings facing onto them, open space that's not accessible, and inadequate transitions. Next slide. So I'm going to start with the bottom left image. And so this is an alley that's typical in situations where, again, your unit is facing a different direction, and this is the back side of your lot. So, but imagine instead that that's your front. And so like, that's what we're talking about with an alley, is that you've got units facing an alley without any street trees or sidewalks and very narrow frontage. You got in the top left, you've got units facing one another with small slivers of open space. You've got a lack of trees in your top right with lots of driveway cuts. And on the bottom right, you've got open space in the far bottom right-hand corner, but it's separated and not accessible to the residents unless you climb the fence and the retaining wall. And these are the situations that we are looking at on the site plans that we are getting at this point. Next slide. About 92% of projects in the ETJ and in the city of Charlotte for residential subdivisions are using these standards. So you can see in the map on the right, the areas in the mint green color, that is a buffer from an activity center or transportation corridor, and you can see most of them are falling outside of that area. We've got about 94% of them in the ARC and about 6% of the units being delivered or will be delivered in the wedge. So there's, you can look on your maps or zoom in later, but there are color codes too to talk about whether the projects are only duplexes, only triplexes, whether they're a mix. We've only seen a couple that are only single family. Next slide. We've had a lot of conversations about density and yield and questions about what this means. And so I wanted to take a project and kind of walk through what the yields would be in these different scenarios. So before the UDO went into effect, if you had the site and you were just using the base development standards, you could probably get about 115 units. There was a cluster provision in the UDO that allows you to get a little bit higher if you dedicated additional space to tree save or open space. It could get you to about 130. The way the current conservation standards are as written today, this site is yielding about 203, so almost 60% higher than pre-UDO cluster. So a pretty significant jump. As proposed in the conservation standards that we're presenting today, this site would yield about 170, so about 30% higher than pre-UDO cluster. So we are still getting more density than what we used to have before we had the UDO. And again, as you can see on the right, there's very limited alleys. You've got higher quality open space, larger dimensions, and sites on lots on facing public streets. Next slide. So when we're getting that level of activity, using standards as we did not intend them to be used, it tells us that there's there's something missing, that we need a tool. And so we've looked at some of our other peer cities, and whether you call it compact or there's different names for it, there's an opportunity to create smaller lot sizes in new subdivisions because the modern construction today, in order to be more affordable, more attainable, they're just smaller. They're smaller buildings. They're more efficient. And so modern construction needs smaller lot sizes. I get asked a lot, well, why don't you just change the lot sizes in the base standards of the UDO? And the reason is that we want to protect the lotting patterns in the existing neighborhood. So we don't want to change that, but recognize that when you're creating a new subdivision or a new development, that's when we would reduce the lot sizes. We also recognize too, we've hired a couple consultants to do site testing, to do market analysis, and there's a very strong market right now for townhomes, for attached product. Financing is there when it's not there for apartments, and want to make sure that we are providing tools that create housing supply. Next slide. So this would be a buy right option, similar to pre-UDO cluster. And so, Councilmember Molina, you mentioned a workshop. We've had two workshops now with design communities that are really super in the weeds of development standards and that can sit down with the site and draw it out with, to scale with all the setbacks and the roads and all those sorts of things. This is very, very technical. And so we've had some great response to where we're headed with this. And where this would be allowed would be for all new subdivisions, 2 acres or more. If they provide an additional 5% open space, then you, as an example, if you're an N1A site, you would go from 10,000 square feet and a 70-foot lot width to 5,000 square feet with a 50-foot lot width. So this would allow you, when you are reducing your lot sizes, it allows you to get more units on the development site because you have more real estate to work with when you're reducing the lot size of each site. So we propose that this is allowed throughout the city of Charlotte and the ETJ, except in protected and critical watershed and in the airport noise overlay. And so you can see a map over there on the right. This is showing all parcels that are N1 that are able to be developed that are 2 acres or more. And so you can see where those are in the city of Charlotte and the ETJ. As part of phase 3, and this is, to your point, Councilmember Driggs, there's been a lot of conversations about townhomes, and I think there's a lot of interest to increase the allowance of where townhomes are allowed. And so when we're adjacent to centers and transit corridors, we think we should include the allowance for more townhomes because they're not allowed in N1 currently. And we're doing some site testing on that, and we'll have more information at a later date. Next slide. So I want to just talk about the 3 different ways that if you are a site that is 2 acres or more, or if you're a site that's N1, what your development potential or your development options are. So the very first thing is you go into the UDO and you look at what the base standards are, 10,000 square feet, 70-foot lot width. This is, this is how I develop. We're estimating that this is probably will apply to 20 to 30% of all the sites in the ETJ and in the city. This is really intended, again, to be for existing neighborhoods, infill. I think this is probably primarily what would be used in the ETJ. The lot pattern and platting is similar to what is already existing in our communities today. And what you're going to yield in terms of density is about what you had before in the UDO, but with the allowance of duplexes and triplexes in the community. So again, more than what we had before because we're allowing more unit types. But again, it's not the same level of the other 2 options. Conservation is intended for sites that have environmental features, watershed protection areas. They've got steep topography. And this is not intended to be the primary development pattern. And it is this way in all the other cities that use this. This is somewhere between 5 and 15% of the sites. This is not intended to be the primary path. And so you'll see in the development pattern, there's a stream, the blue line that's running through that image, and then you've got smaller lot sizes on the either side of it. Again, it's intended to protect special places, but still allow for development. The yields that we're anticipating would be about what we allowed in the UDO before with the cluster provisions, which allowed more, or probably anywhere from 5 to 20% more than our base development. It really totally depends on the site. Often when you have environmental features, where you've got streams, you often have steep topography, and so it just really will depend on the site as to the increased density that you might be able to achieve. Compact, again, this is what we anticipate to be the primary tool. Anywhere from 60 to 75% of the development will be using this when you are subdividing for sites 2 acres or more. This will be a more intense form of development. I would anticipate somewhere between 30 and 50% more than what's allowed in the base development, and certainly more than what was allowed in the pre-UDO cluster provisions. Next slide. So I think there's been a lot of questions and conversations about, we are moving forward quickly, and we're moving forward quickly for 2 reasons. One is that we are seeing unintended consequences of almost 9,000 units in play in 10 months, that we have concerns about the quality of development. We also see compact being an important tool that we don't have in our toolbox today. And so I just wanted to map out the conversations that we have had and who we've had them with, and this is not including the wide number of conversations I've had with different stakeholder groups like Neighbors for More Neighbors, the development industry, different trade organizations, community organizations. So I've had a lot of other conversations that really aren't even on this, but I just wanted to mention that I started talking about, this was Planning Commission in February, and it was about in the middle of March that we started talking about the compact forum. So we've had a number of touch points, and so I know that we've been moving forward quickly, but we've been really spending a lot of time with a lot of different groups trying to make sure that we're getting the word out, we're hearing feedback, and having lots of conversations. So wanted to mention that. Again, phase 3 later on summer. I'm really focused on phase 1 and phase 2 right now. Next slide. So schedule, this is what staff has recommended for conservation, going to zoning committee on April the 30th and having a council decision on May 20th. The zoning committee at their meeting on the 30th recommended a deferral until the June 4th meeting. And so that schedule and outline is not yet determined what that looks like right now. Compact, we are meeting with the UDO Advisory Committee this week. We plan to file the week of May 13th, if not sooner. Again, we have spent one of them all-day workshops talking through these standards, and I feel like we're in a really good place. And we want to make sure this tool is available and accessible for housing supply needs before council goes on break in July, because I think you were on break in July, and then I think your first meeting back is the zoning meeting on August 19th. And then phase 3 will be summer and fall. We'll talk through that more, really focused on phase 1 and phase 2 right now. That is it.
So I have Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Allison, thank you, Ms. Craig, for the report. I also want to applaud you and your leadership team for having the leadership courage to revisit this. I know we said that this was going to be a document where we would make these changes, but to have the courage to make these changes, to act so quickly on this decision, I think that should be applauded. I know we use the term unintended consequences, but I think that's a term we should retire as a government because these things are foreseeable, and our voters, as far as council, they expect us to foresee and understand and anticipate consequences for decisions. So that's just my thought on that terminology. These, most things are foreseeable. These were foreseeable consequences, and I just appreciate your being willing to pivot. That doesn't happen very often in local government that I've seen. So thank you for doing that. I think this benefits our residents, and it's the right thing to do. I wanted to ask you about quadplexes. You mentioned that earlier, and in the presentation, it has not been very clear to me what the impact will be on for quadplexes. It wasn't clear in the first presentation we received, and I just want a clear understanding on what the change will be and the impact of quadplexes in the residential areas. And then also ETJ. We're getting a lot of emails from residents in the ETJ, and we know we don't have the infrastructure for the growth in the city, but I think it's even less in the ETJ areas. So I want to know if there's discussion about the ETJ having a different standard in the UDO. Thank you.
Sure. So first with the quadruplexes, so that will really be part of phase 3 when we look at allowable uses in our infill areas. I think that quadruplexes, particularly the, like in the form of 2 up, 2 down, so 2 units down, 2 units up, are a historic development underutilized and underproduced because it would fall under the commercial from last summer. The bill has to less expensive and more viable. So that is not part of the conservation text amendment or the compact text amendment. That's really looking at larger development sites that are 2 acres or more. But it is something that we feel really strongly about looking at, and I think that's part of when we get through the conversations with compact and conservation, tackling that and figuring out how best to meet with our county permitting staff, and just need to also understand from
On any single family lot, I know we don't want to move in the direction to have the quadplexes there also. So please, let's not go too far down that road without council being clear on the direction.
Sure, absolutely. I will definitely do that. In terms of the ETJ, like you, I've gotten lots of emails from residents in the ETJ, and the projects that are referenced in those emails are all conservation developments. And so the changes as proposed to conservation, while I think at least 2 of those projects are already they're vested, one of them is not, it would address that in the future for similar projects. And so they would not be able to be developed at that level of intensity that they are today. In terms of the compact form of development, which is incentivizing, to creation of housing supply, that tool we are proposing would not be allowed in critical or protected watersheds, which is a lot of the ETJ. I don't think that just by being in the city limits or not, that we may not necessarily want to have completely different rules for those 2 areas, but there are certain elements of the ETJ, particularly as it relates to watershed, that I think are important to protect, which is why we're proposing not to allow that development form and that intensity within those areas. So if you look at the map, I don't know if they're online, if they've gotten an email version of the presentation, but yes, you'll see the hatching that's over on the sort of the west side. That's where we would not be proposing compact to be used.
You good? Ms. Johnson, you okay?
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Molina?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I figured you'd want to go last. Wrap us up, make sure we got it.
Well, we've got some more to talk about, but go ahead.
Well, really quickly first, I agree with the sentiments with Ms. Craig. Thank you for your work on this. I think it does take courage to step up and say, I've seen this, and it doesn't look right, and it doesn't represent the character of what we would like to see happen in the city. So I definitely appreciate that. Mr. Chair, I would actually be interested, just for clarity, the zoning committee voted to defer, and we have the chair here. I'm interested in hearing what his perspective is. Is that something that we
Mr.
can...
Chair, would you care to join us? We can do that.
That's going to be your last topic? Well,
We need to talk about this a little more, but
Okay.
Would you mind just, as we discussed before, briefly summarizing why you guys didn't act? You deferred. Yeah.
Thank you.
And introduce yourself, please.
Hi, my name is Douglas Welton. I serve as the chairman for the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Planning Commission. Planning Commission, also the zoning committee. I'm the chairman of the zoning committee as well. We received this petition last, what was the date? Whatever the last Tuesday was. 30th.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Had a very robust discussion around it. The general sentiment of the committee fell into a couple of different places. There were concerns about the economic impact of this in terms of the ability to reduce the effect that it would cause to the market, not only in terms of reducing the number of units that would be available, but also changing the behavior of the actors in the marketplace. There was also a concern about strategy in regard to the fact that you guys have seen these 3 phases, and we believe that all those 3 phases need to work together, and that there are trade-offs involved in all of those. If we could see those trade-offs all at one point, we believe that that would be a much more effective way to make a decision as opposed to seeing it in phases. And finally, I'll throw out the notion that although there is development that staff sees as inappropriate or not quality, we believe that those will be eaten up by the marketplace because there's a strong demand for housing, and that it is not necessarily the government's business to make sure everybody enjoys their house. So these are contracts between adults, and so that's basically it.
Thank you, Mr. Weldon.
No, thank you for that. I was interested in hearing that because, again, I almost wonder because, we have a real decision to make, right? And I don't know what the sentiments of my colleagues are. I'm really here to listen and learn, kind of find out what the will of my colleagues are to move forward. But I mean, the trade-off of doing things at once, Ms. Craig, in your professional opinion, I would like to know what you think.
So since last month, we've had 2,800 additional units submitted for review. And so it's almost 3,000 units that will be responsible with $1 million price tag of all the maintenance of all the infrastructure in their communities for forever. And so, Mr. Welton said, well, they could sell, but I mean, it's still ultimately, people don't really understand that. They may be able to go and make the decision, oh, this development doesn't have any sidewalks or it doesn't have any street trees, and I just really need to live somewhere, so I'm okay with that. I mean, I don't think that that's really what we intended to do, was to be developing that way. And I certainly don't think that we should be putting that financial burden on people. And so every month that we delay, there are consequences of that have really, really big price tags to them.
Okay.
So I want to kind of frame this question.
No, it'd be great. Go ahead.
Yes, and Dr. Watlington. I'm just running out of time.
Yes?
Did you want to speak?
Oh, yes, I did. I'm sorry. I thought you were about to frame. No? Okay, I can go.
Okay. Mr. Graham?
Oh, no. I do have something to say. I thought you were saying you were going to frame something.
Make up your mind, Dr.
No,
Wallace.
I mean, I'm ready to speak, but I thought you were
I wanted to let you, I'm trying to get to the point where I can do that, but I want to let anybody speak who needs to. So go ahead.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So firstly, I've got a couple of questions. As it relates to first of all, great job, Allison. I agree with the vast majority of what Councilmember Johnson said. So thank you for your leadership on this and for doing what you believe is right for the city, even if it's not necessarily popular among certain sects. That takes a lot of courage. And so I appreciate it, and I stand with you in this particular endeavor. As it relates to the Planning Commission's comments, I'm a little bit, I'm a little bit baffled at the position of the current planning or zoning commission for the simple fact that government exists to correct market failure. That is why government is here to change the behavior of the private sector and what would happen in the absence of those regulations. So that is what the UDO was for. And given the enormous support from the planning commission to put the UDO in place, I'm just very surprised to hear that now certain members are taking the position that it's not their job to make sure that people enjoy their homes and their neighborhoods and their community. That's exactly why you exist. So I'm a little bit concerned with what I hear from the position of the commission at this point, when now we are seeing the effects of the work that the commission has been a part of for several years. I absolutely wholeheartedly agree with the notion. We see the data, and thank you for bringing the data this go around. I think this is much more information than we had and much more analysis than we had when we were putting the UDO in place. It's clear that we're losing ground day by day. We're hearing it all over the place from our residents. So to me, these are clear go-dos. I understand the phased approach because there are a couple of things that are, we need to stop the bleeding. And then from when it comes to phase 3, I can understand that there may be a little bit more conversation around those things. But I would ask that just like we were willing to lean in on this entire UDO, I would ask that we keep that same energy as we're trying to mitigate some of the things that we have seen. And trust that this process will allow us then to make whatever adjustments in phase 3 necessary so that everything works together in concert. My one question that I have would be, in regards to the Planning Commission, I would love to see the current district makeup and how many of those representatives actually sit in the UDO and how much of district representation is actually seen. Because historically, it's been a very concentrated representation within 1 or 2 districts. And I think that what we are seeing now is exactly the issue that we have when we're not ensuring equitable representation across the city and the county on the Planning Commission. So more to come on that, but I would love that information as a follow-up. Thanks so much.
Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think where we agree is the work that the Planning Commission has done and the Planning Director has done over the last month. And Councilmember Molino and I had the opportunity to sit with developers in reference to UDO, major developers and designers. Last week, I was able to meet with some of our nonprofit affordable housing builders, attended the charrette, and probably called Allison more times than she wanted me to bother her. So I just want to take my hats off and thank them for the leadership and the work. I think that's really important. And helping us rectify the unintended consequences, right? I'm sure there's no fortune tellers here, and some of the things that we put in place, like the way developers are utilizing the alleys, that was unforeseen, right? That they would take advantage of a loophole and to save money. And when we see that, then we correct that. Those were things that we said we would do right from the very beginning, which is to amend this document as it goes along based on what we see happening on the ground. So you're doing exactly what we said we would do when we voted to pass the UDO almost a year and a half ago. And again, it's trying to rectify the unintended consequences based on the policy that was put in place. I think that's a great job. The Planning Commission, I too was a little bit taken off guard in reference to a no decision. One of the things I said, Mr. Chairman, is that we need to provide certainty in the community, certainty for developers, big and small, certainty for residents, no matter where they live, in terms of what the rules of the games are. And I think the faster we can get to certainty to prevent bad product being in the pipeline, part of the job of the council, I believe, and someone who promotes development. I'm pro-development. I make no apologies about that. But it's planned growth and development, right? It's the planning, it's the calculation, it's the product, right? We don't want to. The worst thing that I've done in my career is I approve a rezoning issue. I don't even want to let you know where it is. And I have to drive by it every day knowing that I voted yes for it. It is the awfulest thing in the world. I will never take credit for it that I voted yes. And so that's what we ought to do too, right? I agree with Councilmember Wallington is that we do have to kind of rein people in when they're taking advantage of loopholes, taking advantage of rules. And so I think the sooner we can get to a decision, the better for me. I think there's been a lot of conversation in the community for the last 4 weeks. Certainly, I've been more engaged in planning than I've been in since I got back. Not by choice, because I think there's an expectation, and as I go in my district, I mean, everyone is aware of the UDO, but they're looking to me to provide direction because it's complicated for me and complicated for many residents. And so I engage myself purposely just to make sure that I'm making the correct decisions, not only for how we are living today, but more importantly, the UDO is really not about today, right? It's really about 20 years from now. And that's where I think you see some of the schisms on council is those who are willing to take the heat for things that are happening in the here and now, the present, to secure a better future for residents and how they live and where they live, and whether it's a triplex, a duplex, or whether it's in conjunction with neighborhoods. And you can drive around Charlotte right now and see that today. That's not unusual, or other major cities. It's just making sure that we are willing to fight through the pain of change. And I think that's what we're doing right now, just fighting through the pain of change. So, Mr. Chairman, as soon as we can get to a decision, I'm on board to I wish you had made a decision. Wish you could go back and make a decision, but in the absence of them not making a decision, then I think we have a decision from the staff, and then the council should exercise as well based on where we are today. Thank you.
So that's very useful. That does respond to the questions that I wanted to articulate. Yes. Oh, you weren't there just now. Go ahead. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Really great meeting and overview overall. Ms. Craig, I also echo the sentiments of my colleagues. The power of pulling everyone in that room for the charrette, which I was also present for, and hearing a lot of the side conversations as well, to sort of manifest how complicated and difficult developing this type of policy really and truly is, with so many leaders in the room. I also wanted to just thank the Planning Commission for their work and their time, not only on this issue, but so many issues. They work just as hard as we do, and I see them in the community. I see them in meetings trying to inform residents about the intricacies of the UDO. So while I wish we would have had a vote on this in one direction or another, I just want to say I understand the level of care and thought that you guys are putting into this decision and many decisions that you make. The thing about the zoning committee and commission is, it's a lot of work, and I want us to make sure that we have the best talent and people who are committed to doing this heavy lifting in addition to their jobs, to help our city grow better. And these decisions that we are making, to Mr. Graham's point, are not decisions that we necessarily have to live with right now, but really our kids will have to live with these decisions, and other family members will really have to live with how we had the foresight to develop the city and guide land use. So while I know we want to do things in an expeditious manner, I just want to lift up the fact that having some level of deliberance on these things and making sure that we are giving it the time and the care that it needs is, we make space for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great. Ms. Craig, I decided that this is time sensitive and important, and therefore I feel that we can probably do the rest of what you plan to talk about in the future. I hope you're okay with that.
Yes.
As far as I'm concerned, in very basic terms, we have two questions. One of them is, are we okay with the conservation text amendment as offered, the provisions therein, and with the compact development? Are we okay with that? The other is a timing question, where there is some urgency in particular around the conservation option amendment because of what is going on. That would incline us, if we're in support of what it says, that would incline us to move quickly. On the other hand, we do have the issue that the zoning committee raised some questions and wasn't really ready. I don't think we're going to have a lot more for them to think about or talk about when they meet again. And therefore, I think that we might want to focus on some of the points that have been made by the staff as to the pipeline of this type of development, this unintended development. And really, Ms. Craig, I appreciate your care for the interests of the city and the goals of our UDO, the kind of city that we're trying to create, and the fact that this particular type of development really just doesn't align with that. It's not what we had in mind. The phase 2, which is the compact, is actually kind of connected to the conservation thing in that it offers an alternative. So instead of getting the density and doing the things that people were doing under conservation, you now have a higher density front door option instead of this back door thing. I said at the hearing, I think we need to close one door and open another one, because the message we got strongly from the developer community was they can't create units at the kind of price points we want with the rules as they were before this compact option was devised. And the way we were allowing people to build pointed to price points like $400,000 and $500,000 a unit, and the industry was saying that we understand that you want units, more of them, and at a lower cost. So I think the compact thing, in my mind, is responsive to that. But then we get the question of, do we act in May on conservation and close that door? And then the intention is that we act a month later to open the other door through the adoption of the compact option. Or do we align those and do all of it in June? So that's the choice that we have to make. My personal opinion is that I frankly do not appreciate the fact that the developer community has piled on to this loophole the way they have. I appreciate that that was a way that they had found to respond to what they thought were our priorities or what the market wanted. But nonetheless, it is very clear that those plans that were coming in did not align with what that provision was meant to allow. I do have one question. Do we have any indication that the new conservation option is going to work? I thought I'd heard something to the effect of they didn't think anybody would build to that.
I think it really will be site dependent, but again, we went back and compared those standards to other cities, including Raleigh, and Raleigh has had them in place for many, many years, and people are using those standards. It's not most of the projects, it's some of the projects with environmental features like that, but other cities have exactly those same standards. We've modeled them so that we have additional testing that we can speak to of similar communities.
And when you say environmental features, this would be like you've got wetlands or topographically unbuildable area, so you've got some open space, right? And so now, because you have that open space, you might get a break on the lot size through the conservation option.
Correct. So we want to incentivize you to protect those. I mean, and it's not just wetlands. It could even be like a large, really high quality stand of trees. And so wanting you to focus on protecting and saving those spaces and reducing lot sizes that allow you to get some yield out of a site that you may not normally have been able to develop at that intensity.
So again, now the immediate question we have is, do we move ahead with the May timetable for the conservation amendment? And I will speak personally in favor of that. I believe that closing this loophole and not allowing the kind of unattractive development that the staff has pointed to should be a priority for us. And I say that with the greatest appreciation and respect for the zoning committee. But, having talked to you and heard about some of your concerns, I agree with Dr. Watlington, for example, that we do in fact care about the quality of development and the kind of city we're trying to create. And I'm a free market guy, right? So I'm looking for sort of minimum interference. But the whole point of land use planning and so on is that you don't have this unprogrammed development. And I think the pictures we saw of the alleys are unattractive. So yeah, people will buy those units, they'll move in there. But is that what we want? Is that the look we want? And if we can achieve a better result through our compact option, then I think if we were to go ahead and adopt the text amendment for conservation, people could just start changing course, right? And they could look at how, instead of whatever they were intending to do for conservation in this 1 month period, they can look at what options are available to them under the compact. And I think that is commercially viable. I mean, one thing I always worry about, just why I asked the question, will anybody build to the conservation rules, the new ones, is we had, for example, a density bonus that we used to offer for affordable housing. No one did it because it just wasn't in alignment with the realities. So we need to make sure that we're in step with the market and with the commercial realities. And I think the input that we've had from the industry to the effect that our existing rules without the compact thing did not make it possible for them to build the kind of stuff we wanted. And now we're reacting to that and taking away, however, their opportunity to get around that problem through the back door. And the last thing I will mention is the ETJ. We have had a lot of feedback from the ETJ. The issues they raised were about problems with the UDO, which we are addressing. I don't believe that specially designated rules for the ETJ are indicated. I think what we need to do is deal with problems in the UDO as they apply anywhere within the city limits or otherwise. And the people in the ETJ will find that as we do that, the things that are bothering them are addressed. But I don't see why there should be different rules for the ETJ. It just so happens that the defect in the rules we have right now is disproportionately affecting them, and that's why these two issues have been conflated. So I guess to the committee, one sec, I will just say, let's zero in on the question of whether the conservation option text amendment is in our minds appropriate, and whether we feel that we should proceed this month, notwithstanding the lack of a recommendation from the zoning committee. That's the critical question, I think, that I would love to be able to go back to our colleagues tonight and make a recommendation about. But Ms. Molina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. I just have a question for Allison, and I don't disagree with your sentiment, first of all. I think it's extremely unfortunate that other players have come in and taken advantage of something and not considered the residents, right? And I also, quick parenthesis, I want to tell you, Mr. Chair, we do appreciate the work that you've offered. We do realize that you volunteer an enormous amount of your time to give us perspective. It is very important for us to have the sentiment of our stakeholders in the community to give us that information. So I don't want you to walk away from here with the belief that we don't value that perspective. Now, for Allison, will we be able to impact any of these unintended consequences as a result of making a decision right now?
So if you go back to the numbers slide, So right now, there are 3,270 units that are vested, and so those projects will move forward because they were submitted full construction plans under the standards as they exist today. 5574 are in sketch review, so they are conceptual plans. They have not submitted a check in full construction plans, and so any projects that have not been fully submitted will be held to the rules that are in effect when they submit their plans. So the sooner you get something adopted, the fewer of the 55 that would be vested.
Okay, so basically right now, absent a decision, 3270 have the ability to move forward with their plans.
Correct.
We make a decision now, we have the potential to stop 5,500 roughly.
Correct.
Subject to any plans that are finalized in the
Right.
next 2 weeks.
Correct. Correct. Anything that's submitted before a decision is made by council would be vested. You know, but it has to be a full submittal, full construction plans with a check.
Okay, that's all I have.
And
Mr.
would you expect that most of those, if we waited another month, most of the 5,500 could get there in terms of vesting?
I think, I mean, it's hard to say. A lot of them could. I also think there's going to be a lot more submitted. I mean, so when the UDO went into effect, we had a lot of submittals through midnight the night before, and I'm anticipating the same will happen.
So there could be plans that aren't even included in the 5,500 that would get there in time if we waited another month.
Right.
But it probably won't if we act as quickly as we're now. Okay.
Makes sense.
So, let's see, Dr. Watlington, any comment?
Yeah, just one. I'm absolutely on board with moving forward for exactly the reason that we were just discussing. For those that are already, in the process, certainly it sounds like they would have time to complete it. I think what we're trying to prevent is an onslaught of additional ones by waiting a month. So I'm absolutely on board with moving forward with this and continuing to engage the business and the neighborhoods on phase 3 so we can keep moving forward. But I think we're in a good place here, and I don't see a whole lot more action that needs to happen ahead of a vote, so would not support a delay.
So you would be in favor of moving ahead this month? Yes.
Correct.
Okay, and just to make sure that we have everybody, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'm in favor of moving ahead. My question is, when would the change be effective?
Immediately.
As soon as we vote?
Yes, well,
Okay.
we will vote, we're not, this is not a vote, this is an
Oh, I
information
know this
item.
is not the full council, right? But
Yes, it's full
Okay.
council, but I would just like to be able tonight, without objection, to report to the full council that there was a consensus by us that moving on the schedule proposed by staff is in the best interest, and that we support the provisions of the text amendment. We like what's happening, and we think we should do it soon.
Absolutely. And again, I applaud Ms. Craig for her leadership on this. Thank you.
Okay, so we're in overtime. I think we will have to postpone your second topic. I don't think you can do that in 2 minutes. And I think we can postpone it. It's not as time sensitive as this was. I think that was a very good conversation. Thank you for being here, Mr. Weldon.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And without any further comment from anyone, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Let's get out of here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Malcolm Graham, Chairman of the City of Charlotte Jobs and Economic Development Committee. I'd like to call today's meeting to order, Monday, May 6, 2024. We'd like to welcome everyone who's here from the viewing public, as well as those who are here with us in the Government Center. And we will start off by introducing everyone in the room for the public record, and we'll start to my immediate left.
Danielle Frazier, City Manager's Office.
Matthew Ford, Economic Development.
Carol Millen, Eastside Community Leader.
Juan Garzon, Economic Development.
Holly Eskridge, Economic Development.
Todd DeLong, Economic Development.
Tracy Dodson, City Manager's Office.
Again, Malcolm Graham, Committee Chairman.
Marjorie Molina, Committee Member.
Ed Driggs, Committee Member.
James Carter, Economic Development.
Tawanda Brown, Economic Development.
Dan Peterson, Planning. Anna Schloiner, City Attorney's Office. Alexis Gordon, Economic Development.
Do we have anyone visiting with us virtually? If not,
Dante Anderson, Mayor Pro Tem, District 1.
welcome, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, so we're all gathered here today to discuss two items, really three. There's a third item that we will add towards the end, and hopefully Councilmember Mitchell will be here to lead that portion of the meeting. If not, we will do it in his absence. But we'll start off with turning it over to the Assistant City Manager for Economic Development, and I would be remiss if I didn't say Happy Small Business Month.
Yes. Thank you, Councilmember Graham. Yeah, we love to talk about small business in Small Business Month, which is May, and the team did a great kickoff last week to start that. But it's also an opportunity not just to talk about what we have going on in the month of May, but really what we do within this ecosystem. We're fortunate in Charlotte that we have a robust ecosystem that does support small business, and we're involved in a lot of different ways. And so I want to turn it over now to Holly and team and Juan to talk about all the things that their group is doing.
Awesome. Thanks so much for having us. And yes, I'm going to echo what Councilmember Graham said. Happy Small Business Month. It is our favorite time of the year. We get to lift up the people who are doing some absolutely amazing things in this community. So next slide. This is just a slide. We actually are missing two of our teammates today, and I will explain why. But this is this business innovation team that works with our small business community. So next to me is Christy Floyd, who overall manages the small business programs that we do, and does a lot of convening of the ecosystem. Anika Ellis, who does Amp Up Charlotte, and the MWSE pipeline and pathway that we'll talk a little bit more about. And then Juan Garzon, we really are fortunate to have Juan. That's a little bit different than other cities, and that really is, Juan's focused on what's called innovation-driven entrepreneurship and really making sure that equity exists in that space as well. So the reason why Anika right now is being recognized as Enterprise's Partner of the Year. So Enterprise is a national organization. We use their curriculum for the AMP Up program. We've had a really solid partnership with them. They actually bring, I think this past year, we've had 4 different cities or other partners are going to work with that come to Charlotte just to see what we're doing and meet with us. So we're really excited about that. They are in Chicago, learning a ton, and going to bring back amazing information. So congratulations to those guys. So our team's role, just kind of discussing this sort of before we go into the actual programs and examples, we really wanted to talk about what we do. And so the first thing, is convening and collaborating. And I would say that's honestly one of our biggest focuses within this team. So whether it's convening our partners, which there's over 40 in the community, I'll go into a little bit more detail about that, or it's actually bringing together our small businesses. This is something that we do on a regular basis and something that actually even in Juan's area, he does a lot of convening as well with those innovation-driven entrepreneurs. So then there's educating. So whether it's something like AMP Up Charlotte that we do specifically on our own and manage, or it's looking at how do we support that pipeline that really grows, especially our minority and women small businesses. And then also, our business advisory committee that you all do an awesome job appointing, so thank you. We've got a stellar group. They do a lot of programming as well around education for our small businesses. Then we go into connecting and networking. So we just talked about the kickoff event that happened. Juan will go into more details about that. One thing that we've heard from our small businesses is and our entrepreneurs is they want meaningful networking, connecting opportunities. And so that is consistently feedback that we receive, that what we program, we do it based on what they tell us that they need. So we're very, very fortunate to have that as well. Partner referrals, that's a big thing that we do. We have a very robust network of partners. Again, I'll go into that in a little bit. But our team, on a daily basis, receives calls from small business owners telling us kind of where they are in their business, what they need. We help them navigate what partners they need to talk to and make those connections. Connecting, I just went into kind of how we do that connecting. We also connect small businesses with our corporate community and do things like connecting small businesses with each other, storytelling. There's a campaign that Juan will go into in a little bit more detail called 31 Days of Biz. In May, we highlight with a video a business owner each day. I'm always amazed at what our small businesses are doing. I mean, as long as I've been doing this, you would think that wouldn't keep happening, but it does, because I'm truly just honestly humbled by what they do and their commitment to really being such a huge part of our economy here in Charlotte. And then other things that we do are like the AMP Up Charlotte program. We actually create these databases of the companies. And the caterer, for example, that you have here before you today is an AMP Up Charlotte alumni. And so what we do is we actually, there's corporate partners out there that really want, especially minority-owned catering companies, for their events, for their meetings, et cetera. So we actually make those direct, tell the story of their success and make those direct connections. And then corridors of opportunity. Obviously, small businesses are a huge part of the corridors. And so we really are working with the Corridors of Opportunity team to really develop programming that supports those small businesses and where they are. Next slide. So, small business ecosystem partners. Charlotte is so fortunate to have what we have. There are cities all over the country who talk about really being envious of what exists. And I'll go show a graphic on the next slide. Don't turn to the next slide, but on the following slide too, that will show kind of how robust this ecosystem is. But we've been doing this for over 10 years. We are the main convener. This is what we lead in. Quarterly, 40 nonprofit, government, academic, and chambers of commerce meet. They do things to communicate, they collaborate. The meetings, Christy Floyd leads them. They are high energy. If you ever want to come, I highly recommend it. You truly hear what our partners are doing to impact small businesses, and everyone talks about making sure we're all on the same page of how we address their needs. They have every type of support. There's some listed there. I think, what we do in economic development is we make sure that we're lifting up this programming and we're supporting this program. We don't do anything that duplicates this programming. So anything that we do is something that is unique within the ecosystem itself. Next slide. So here are the partners. It is truly a very, very robust collaboration. When you attend one of the partner meetings, you will see if not 100%, 90% at a minimum, present in person at these meetings. And typically, they're supposed to go for like an hour and a half, and we do them do greater now, and they typically go beyond that hour and a half, because everybody's just still having these kind of really meaningful collaborative discussions. What I will say is that almost every single partner on here received some type of assistance in ARPA or CARES funding, and they really credit you all with being so forward-thinking and understanding that, you know, when we were in the pandemic and then post-pandemic, really the demand on their resources, and how we didn't necessarily tell them what to create. We said, here's some funding, tell us what you'd like to create based on what you're seeing the need is. So thank you for that. So collaborating with ecosystem partners, you know, we use our partners, anything that we do, we use our partners to help us create. So whether it's developing a new program, whether it's planning an event, or really just diving in to understand, like, what are the trends in the small business, you know, that small businesses are facing? What are their needs? What are the areas important, so that we all are collectively making decisions together to support the larger ecosystem. So just an example of some programs, you'll see that listed up there, I don't need to read that, where those partners have collaborated with us. And then we actually, as staff, we serve on different boards. We judge pitch competitions, a lot of these partners have those. We participate in resource fairs, and then we're speakers on panels and in different meetings. And so on the right-hand side, you will see a chart. And that chart is really from 2023, what we as a team, the 4 people on that screen, were able to impact as far as supporting our partners. And just to let you know, the 700, that's business referrals. So that's what I was talking about when a small business calls us, tells us what their needs are, and then we make that direct connection to a partner if it's something that the city does not do. Next slide. So I talked about Anika Ellis and her work supporting this MWSBE pathway. So with the support of you all and continued support, we were able to start the Amp Up Charlotte program, which really, and I'll get into more detail coming up on that and where we are, but it looked at businesses that are about 150 to 175,000 in revenue, has 1 employee, has been in operation for 2 years. And that's great, but what we were finding is there are companies that are before an AMP Up that need that kind of structured curriculum support, and those that are after that AMP Up stage. They're trying to get to that $1 million plus in revenue. And so while we as a city operate the AMP Up Charlotte program, we started working collectively to build out this pathway. Again, these are structured curriculums that build upon each other. So we have now, the city financially supports the other 4. We either have it where you can do your business inception or your very early stage. They help us get ready for the AMP Up Charlotte, so they're that pipeline into the AMP Up program. And then there's the AMP Up graduates that would then be able to attend the Next CLT or Scale Up CLT programs. So those Next CLT and Scale Up CLT are taking you from about 250 in revenue to $1 million plus. So AMP Up Charlotte. So just to let you know, here's some data obviously on the right-hand side. This is 2023. When you participate in AMP Up Charlotte, you are required, as part of the agreement with us, to participate for 3 years in a survey. And I will say that our participation rates are really good in this. But to date, we've had 116 graduates in 8 cohorts. These cohorts run for 7 months. We were able to, I think 2 years ago, add in a 3rd cohort. So we really, I would say in a 21-month period, 18-month period probably, we're actually running 3 different cohorts. Obviously, I talked about us being Partner of the Year. We're going to start our 3rd cohort in 2024. And the really unique thing that Enterprise loves about our program, and other cities have actually modeled, is having this partner that is connected, that actually sponsors. It's not a financial partnership, but the sponsorship really is about opening up your C-suite, your procurement abilities to the current cohort and then also to graduates. So there's some examples of past, or actually current, this is the Charlotte Regional Visitors Authority, but of partners that we have actually worked with. And so a lot of times, like Atrium, we have one person who went through AMP Up, they connected with Atrium, and I believe they're over 10 million now in business with Atrium. So it's very, very successful. And that business owner, AMP Up business owner, is one of our biggest supporters in the community. And like, I think he recruits on a regular basis for us to get people engaged. So I will turn it over to Juan to bring it home on Small Business Month.
Slide. All right, Small Business Month. So all across the nation right now, there is a celebration called Small Business Week. But here in Charlotte, we have the entire month of May to celebrate small businesses. And we kick this off with the annual Small Business Month kickoff that was attended by over 200 small businesses. Here's a picture there from some of our 31 Days of Business winners, which I'll tell you about, or selected companies that where I tell you about. And Councilman Graham did a great job of getting them all riled up and getting the festivities started there by celebrating the importance of small business on the Charlotte community and really everywhere. So thank you, Councilman Graham. There are several other events going on, some city-affiliated, some partner-affiliated events that are part of Small Business Month, including the Crowns of Enterprise Awards, which are headed by CBI, happening on May 9th. And the MICA celebration happening May 14th, which is led by Alexis, also on our team back there. And so we try to get partners both internal and in the community, as Holly had mentioned, some of our small business partners. And we have 20 more partner events happening on the Small Business Month calendar, which is available in our link that we promote. As part of the Small Business Month campaign, we also host the 31 Days of Biz campaign. This highlights a video that basically encapsulates all of the diversity that we have in the small business ecosystem by every single day displaying a video and telling a story of a business owner. So these business owners have all been participated in programs that were funded by the Small Business Ecosystem Partner Grants. And at the end of this, we're going to show you a little bit of the one of the summary videos so you can see what that was all about. And as you see there on that link before was part of this promotion, we're promoting Small Business Month as well as our partner organizations and all of these events throughout the month.
And kind of just, I want to say how important these videos are. These business owners use this as part of their marketing materials for their businesses. So we're not only pushing them out through the city social media, through economic development social media. These businesses use this as it's a benefit to them to be able to market what they're doing and their successes. That's pretty powerful.
And they get very excited about being selected. You could see there. And this kickoff is a great opportunity to celebrate those companies as well as other companies and support organizations making connections with each other. Slide. Now, as part of Small Business Month, we have Charlotte Innovation Week. And this is unique to Charlotte, where we take the week of May 12th and focus on innovation-led entrepreneurship. So these would be your tech, product, high-growth potential companies. Last year, we had over 550 attendees to Charlotte Innovation Week events. And this year, we're going to have, these are some of the events that we've got there, the Aspire Golf Tournament. Aspire is one of our business resource partners, Aspire Community Capital. The See the South Capital Summit, which I'll tell you about here in just a second. A FinTech Innovation Showcase. A screening, this will be the only one in Charlotte, of a national screening of a movie called Show Her the Money, which is all about women in venture capital, and a design thinking workshop for founders there. And if we go on to the next slide. FinTech. I'm sorry? FinTech. The See the South Capital Summit. So we've spent a lot of time talking to our local innovation-led founders to understand what are some of the challenges that we have here. And not necessarily unique to Charlotte, but unique in certain ways, is access to capital. It's something that we hear about all the time. So in partnership with other organizations, we're bringing back this event called the Seed the South Capital Summit, and have about 300 attendees will be there, including startup founders, angel and VC investors, and support organizations from throughout the Southeast. You'll see there below, we've got speakers and investors from the Carolinas, Georgia, Tennessee, Florida, and beyond. And it's going to feature a $100,000 investment pitch competition supported by the Charlotte Fund. So these companies are going to get on stage and they're going to pitch these investors, and they're going to make a decision to make a $100,000 investment right there at the conference. It's the first time something like that has happened here, and it's a great draw that really helps to set the stage to that we want to bring capital to Charlotte, and that there's a lot of innovation happening in Charlotte. So we're very excited about that. It also kind of kicks off our role, and we're working very closely with both Atlanta and the Triangle as really being in the center of that corridor of innovation, right? Atlanta gets a lot of attention, the Triangle gets a lot of attention, but when you put us all together, you realize we're a lot more collaborative than competitive when it comes down to the actual ecosystem organizations. And we're really embracing that by taking this place as being the center of this Southeast region and working with other partners to showcase, Charlotte's in the middle of all of this innovation. Slide. Back to Holly.
All right. So the Financial Business Academy. So these next two, actually, we will talk a little bit more about our work with the Corridors of Opportunity team and really in the corridors themselves. So we collectively, the staff involved with Corridors and then our team partnered with Prospera. So Prospera is doing financial literacy within the corridors, and they're doing it in Spanish for Hispanic-owned small businesses. Got some data about the next sessions, what they anticipate as far as participants, and then you can see some of the topics that they will be covering, which is financial statements, ratio analysis, and budgeting and forecasting. So again, this is a great collaboration with Prospera, with the Corridors of Opportunity team, and within the corridors themselves. Next slide. Climb. So this is a amazing. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Financial Business Academy, I worked with a number of companies back when it was Packard Place and talked about their kind of dream for growing their business. And one thing that struck me was they really didn't know anything about creating a business plan. So you need these tools, but it's another step to know how to use them in order to tell a story to an investor that they can buy into. So are we going to be teaching that?
The storytelling, the business plan side of things too?
The idea of the
Yes.
business plan and how you take your thought for your business and put it into kind of numbers and provide the information that investors want to see.
So the beautiful thing about Prospera is that they have all of that, right? They are a full service, I'm actually on their board, so I'm familiar with the organization. So everything you were talking about, while this is specific to financial literacy, when they're working with these businesses, as they identify other gaps and needs, like what you're talking about, which is absolutely one of them, they will then do that follow-up work. And it's at no charge to the business owner itself. And they also have a really cool program where, let's say, they go in, they do the business plan, they do the assessment, they've gone through the financial literacy, and there is a need for some additional accounting, like focus. They actually, Prospera they will pay an accounting firm to work directly with that business. So the business isn't necessarily getting the money directly, but they will say, okay, we're connecting you with accounting firm X, and accounting firm X we know can help you get to where you need to go to get to that next point of pitching your business plan, of having that financial health that you need to have. So yes, it is a full service connection. And if there's something Prospera can't do, the beautiful thing is all 40 of those partners that were on that other slide that I showed, there's someone that Prospera will connect them to within there. And they can actually provide, if there's any kind of translation that's needed, they can provide that as well.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks, Mr.
absolutely.
Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Eskridge, I just want to highlight, looking at that slide, it's Simmons Y, District 5. And I want to highlight that specifically because the Albemarle Road Corridor of Opportunity, we're putting that economic hub there, and we're going to displace a number of people who have been operating small businesses from that site. And so I'm encouraged by the opportunity for the number of small businesses to be able to benefit in Spanish from this tool that you guys have put together. So thank you for your foresight on this. I'm sure that the Spanish-speaking community and our community overall will appreciate you guys having that level of foresight to attend to these business owners and entrepreneurs. So thank you for that.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's a priority for us as well. So thank you for your leadership in that.
Yeah.
Give us some direction. Climb. So Climb is an amazing asset in Charlotte. So this is a nonprofit that provides pro bono legal services to underrepresented founders, small business owners that financially would not have the means otherwise to receive those services. So, we're really fortunate here in economic development, talking about those relationships that you have. I got a call, I think it was in May of 2020, and it was from a guy who works for Robinson Bradshaw in Rock Hill, where I used to work, right? And we were on a board together. And he said, I saw your name, we're sitting with you. Is this something that would be needed in Charlotte? And I was like, absolutely. They wanted to build it strategically, slow, and so it was Morvan Allen, Robinson Bradshaw. Now there's over 10 firms connected. But really, we were able to connect them with 5 partners, one being Charlotte Business Inclusion, to really help them create a program that met the legal needs of small businesses here in Charlotte. This is an amazing opportunity. I really, truly, there's like 5 in the country like this. We recently were able to give Climb, support them with $250,000 to actually work within the corridors. So to your point, both of your point, another wraparound service that we're bringing into the corridors of opportunity is that legal assistance for small businesses. They do have partnerships with some of our partners like Prospera, BoostPad, and they've actually now are working from a corridor perspective, Historic West End Small Business Marketplace, so working with that marketplace as well. And so if there are any, like Prospera is there to do any kind of translation or anything like that that's needed. So this is a great resource. We're very grateful to have them, and we'll continue to support them in any way we can. All right, next slide. So this is something we've been talking about with you guys for a while. This is the first of its kind in Charlotte. We've never done a small business ecosystem strategic plan. It's really about ecosystem alignment and offering the programs and services that will have the most impact to our local small business community. So I don't need to read this slide to you. You've heard me talk a lot about it. I think probably what I would say is that an assessment like this has never been done in Charlotte. It's truly going to give us direction on what is working, what's not working, where is there overlap, and where we as a city, meaning an organization, should invest in supporting small businesses. So very, very excited about that data-driven approach for our future. We have gone through the formal procurement process, and the consultant TPMA was selected. They are working with the local MBE, Mitchell Consulting Group, and we'll continue to update you on that progress. We're just starting the work with them. Juan?
And then the other ARPA fund project was the Diversity Focused Startup Accelerator. So this was, and the goal here was to launch a startup accelerator that focused on local diverse founders. Now these would be for companies that have the potential to grow. And where we ended up is designing a 2-tier startup accelerator with the selected partner, which the vendor is an organization called Generator, that is a nationally ranked operator of accelerators with capital access and a strong track record in DEI-focused programming in, I think it's over 30 cities. The idea here is that there would be 2 tiers to this accelerator. The first tier, which is exclusive to underserved founders, is for really early folks, right? So this could be you've got an idea or you just started your business, and it really kind of helps them with some of those items like the financials, the marketing, the customer discovery, sort of the basics of that. And the goal is to work with local partners. We're talking to a few local partners that we had listed before so that we can go right to some of these entrepreneurs and make sure they get tied into some of the resources by plugging them into this first tier accelerator. The second tier, this is more for seed stage companies. It's going to be fewer companies in the cohort. These are for companies that are trying to get capital ready, right? So now they're out there, they've gotten some revenue, they've gotten some customers, they're getting to this point where they want to go out and raise money. This tier of the accelerator would then help them get ready to raise capital and connect them with those capital sources. So there would be 2 of those cohorts per year, whereas 1 large cohort of the idea stage that focuses exclusively on underserved founders. The goal there is that the second tier is going to pull from the first tier, and we would be seeding some of these more innovation-led entrepreneurs by having this 2-tier system. Now, Generator, the partner that we're working with, already has these programs called G Alpha and G Beta that are designed to help companies at these stages. So we've already got, they've got some experience with both of these programs, and we're just putting them together in this unique way. The contract process has been complete. We've gone through the entire procurement, start working with Generator, and as of right now, we are kicking things off. They're going to find a local hire and then officially launch the accelerator in the fall.
All right, so the next thing before we start, it's going to be our video. That's the recap of Small Business Month. But I just want to reiterate, every business you see in here impacted from the funding that you all provided are resource partners. So It's really a powerful video, but just know that is how they got engaged with our partners.
If I were giving advice to somebody who's looking to become an entrepreneur, the first thing I would say is that it's a challenging road.
It's not easy being an entrepreneur. Your road to success, though it may look different than others, is filled with surprises and uncertainty. But you're not alone.
You just have to focus on your current task. And when the chance comes, grab it.
It's going to be a big sacrifice in there, but at the end of the day, it's going to be very rewarding.
Work hard, be focused.
Don't get discouraged.
Continue to have faith within yourself.
Be bold. Say yes. There's a lot of work involved, but there's also a lot of satisfaction and fulfillment that comes from being able to see something that you dreamed of come to life.
I had to figure out a way that I can provide for my family. And I said, why not do what I love doing?
The best thing is doing what you love and putting your time in your business instead of somebody else.
I've always felt like I was going after someone else's dream rather than going after my dream and what my passion is.
You know, I always enjoyed being my own boss and really being a leader in the community, but I found my passion doing it when I started finding brands that give back.
The City of Charlotte's small business ecosystem is filled with organizations that bring unique perspectives, ones that educate, enlighten, and inspire you to reach your dreams.
The things that I'm most excited about really going forward are being able to work with great people.
The National Black MBA.
Carolina's LGBT Chamber of Commerce.
Freedom in Me Business Showers. Prospera.
The Hive, Carolina Asian America Chamber of Commerce.
The Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation via UNC Charlotte.
The Latin Chamber of Commerce.
The Spanish Contractor Association.
There are a lot of non-for-profits that the City of Charlotte offers for entrepreneurs like ourselves to become bigger and be successful. There's a whole group of people waiting for you to step forward and to succeed.
It's a place where dreams flourish, a community striving together for something greater. With many organizations, nonprofits, academic and government institutions serving as resources, all standing by to help you start and grow your dream.
I love how Charlotte is incorporating all of us and really focusing on us to grow, and have more of a culture in Charlotte.
Charlotte is a melting pot, literally home of the transplant. There are so many different opportunities that have not been tapped into.
It is growing tremendously. I think that there's going to be a lot more young aspiring entrepreneurs that are going to be able to open their businesses. I think that there's going to be a lot more collaboration.
I find that the city is heavily invested in highlighting the small businesses across Charlotte, which really provides opportunities for businesses like mine.
A lot of businesses are coming here and starting their business because they see the expansion, they see the growth and innovation, and they want to be a part of it. If you're offering these resources to small business owners, there's nowhere to go but to the top if you continue to invest in your business economy in these ways. People are going
to can go as far as our community can take it. A group that you can turn to, learn from, and ultimately grow with. Yeah, the road for an entrepreneur may be tough, but here in Charlotte, we make sure the destination is worthwhile.
All right, that's it for us. So thanks again for all your support. We really appreciate it. I know it's Small Business Month, but it's a year-round thing with you guys, so we appreciate you. Thank you.
Well, I want to take the opportunity to congratulate and thank staff. I did have the opportunity to attend the opening of the Small Business Month and to celebrate with and I want to applaud you for all that you do. Also want to just acknowledge the wide variety of programs and services that the City of Charlotte offers to the community. And I got two questions, but before I get to my questions, I just want to acknowledge that the Mayor Pro Tem has arrived, as well as the Vice Chairman of the committee, and Councilmember Bakari. Councilmember Bakari, I apologize for not having your name tag, but we thought you were touring with Stevie Nicks today. You're here.
Going on tour.
Yeah.
He's going to warm up for Taylor Swift.
Yeah, that's the rumors, all over town. Until about 6 o'clock tonight, yeah. So another small business, right? Never know. That's 7:04.
I know, right?
That's my first question. And again, I want to acknowledge all the hard work that you guys do. So let me ask it a different way. So in absence of a right, who all the small business owners and having a year-long agenda and highlighting and promoting, who's acting in that role? Are we?
I would say yes. We have just historically been that entity.
Even more congratulations. Ms.
I just want to clarify something because you asked, are you asking who's convening for the supportive organizations or actually convening small businesses together?
The 285 or the meetings themselves, that's where the partners are having whether it's a celebratory programming. They do that within themselves. But again, you will see the LGBT Chamber of Commerce is they had their event last week.
Yep.
Councilmember Mitchell, I saw you there.
Yep.
I think I ran into 6 partners who were there. So we support each other. You saw at the kickoff event, all of our partners, I think every one of them honestly was there. So.
I guess the point I'm trying to make is that historically the old Charlotte Chamber would be the one that strategic direction for the community, providing a wide variety of supportive services. And so I think what we're doing is fantastic, right? Without that mechanism, with no slight to the alliance, right? I just think that's a different model now. But I think the role that we have taken in the last 5 years, in absence of that, is tremendous. And I guess my second question is, we have so many programs and services. Is my weekend and I said, well, have you called our small business office? And they really aren't aware of the programs. And so I guess no slight on what you guys are doing, but how are we getting the word out about these amazing opportunities for small business owners?
So, I first want to say that, one way that we really are able to accomplish this is through collaborating with corporate communications and marketing, because they really, they're the experts in this. And so for the Amp Up Charlotte program, right? So now we went from, I remember when we first started, it was, I'll be honest with you, sometimes a struggle to find 20 companies, that qualify and that would meet. Now we have like a list of 200 plus, and so there's things like that we've done, working with our partners to get the word out, in the community, doing that ourselves. There's always more that we can do though. And so I acknowledge that, that is one of the things when we've recently met with corporate communications and marketing. Teammates, some shout outs too, because they actually promote what we're doing and we promote what they're doing with our different networks.
And my last question, and this is really a comment more than a question, about corporate communication and marketing. I think one of the underutilized asset that we have in the city is our TV studio. We just don't use it. And it would be nice to have a weekly talk show, Small Business Today, chamber on, or the the chamber and Councilmember Molino's district, right? It's all our partners on. Just a thought, Mr. Manager, if you're listening. I mean, and a wide variety of, and I'm pretty sure that's a budget. There shouldn't be a budget issue, but we can take care of that tonight, right? When we see it. But I just think it's just a
one of the questions you had, just to add on to what Holly said, not to put the cart before the horse, but I do think that the small business ecosystem work and the strategy there will help us better align how to communicate out all the services. It's no different, I say this in many areas, that we have a lot of resources, people just don't know where to go, whether it's workforce development, small business support, things like that, and trying to create some level of kind of understanding what that is. And then the other thing that's really important, I think, that will create some of that understanding is these opportunity hubs. Kind of help them navigate what the resources are.
questions, Mr. Mitchell, and Mr. Drakes.
So some small businesses struggle for reasons other than their lack of these skills or whatever. They struggle because the business idea wasn't a good idea. And we need to be clear. I mean, other businesses of all sizes fail. So are we also advising these small businesses in terms of everybody that has an idea for a small business and got something started is on a path to a bigger business?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I could answer that one. So one of the logos up there on one of our partner organizations is the UNC Charlotte Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation. And they have a I-Corps funded, it's like a nationally ranked program on customer discovery. That's all it does. It takes companies through the customer discovery process, which, you know, for a lot of people who work with small business.
Great idea, so I'll just share with Councilman Marlena. We did have we call it Charlotte Talks, and this was under either Mayor McCory, and we used the corporate communication. And once a month, we talked about highlighting each committee work. So we had one month it was housing, next month economic development, and we had B. Thompson. We did RFQ for a moderator, and we selected B. Thompson. And so it was very successful to you. Some Yoda's dirt.
I love it, though. I love it. Listen, I love it.
It's just sitting there. Right?
Exactly right.
I love it.
All right. So any other questions, comments, feedback? Well, again, happy Small Business Month to all the small business owners in the community. They employ more people than all these major corporations combined. And so that's the strength of our community, is to support.
So, you know, last month when we were here, we talked about hospitality. We kind of gave an overview of Horizon projects, what we were thinking in that. Because we've been talking about, in the first part of the year, new projects like uptown office buildings and conversions and things like that, we thought it was a good opportunity to just take a second and show you, kind of review all of our economic development tools and talk about how we're investing across the entire community. I think a lot of people here there, why are you not investing more? That we can find opportunities and ways to invest in all parts of our community, but the tools are a little bit different depending on the project. So, thought it was a good opportunity to kind of review those today. We'll talk a little bit about Horizon projects and some of these, and what we might want to do going forward. With that, I will turn it over to Todd.
Thank you, and let's just wait a couple of seconds till we get this screen fixed so we can see it.
I was telling Todd's the best dressed man around the table.
Yeah,
He wore a suit.
Review time?
I don't have a tie, but
Budget day.
Budget day.
Budget day.
Okay,
Thank you.
Todd.
So
Thank you. It's always a compliment. As Tracy mentioned, we've previously talked about how we invest different tools in different areas and different scales of projects. So today we'll be talking a little bit about our large-scale projects as well as small-scale projects and the unique tools that we offer to each of those. This is really just a sample size of the tools that we offer. We try to get customized. We try to create new pilots. We try to do different things. So before we get into how we invest, I want to spend just a quick second on why we invest. So while this is a little blurry from this distance, each one of these lines really leads to creating an exceptional sense of place, an exceptional quality of life for all of our residents. And each one of these, from quality health care to reliable utilities to labor and jobs to schools to transit and mobility, all these come into play as we're going through all of our conversations on partnership opportunities that come before us. This isn't just a city thing, this is a partnership thing, and how do we best leverage the services and the roles that maybe the county does or some of our private and nonprofit and philanthropic organizations and partners do as well. This is sort of a small sample of the projects or the tools that we have in our toolbox. Just quickly go through some of these from the small scale partnership perspective. We have our business matching grants, which has been sort of the bread and butter with corridor revitalization over the last 20 years. This includes facade, security, brownfield, and we also incorporated interior upfit a few years ago, just because of some of the things we were hearing from small businesses and small scale developers about needing to help with additional support for HVAC and things that actually stay in the building and help turn and repurpose the building. Community development grant and rehab loan. These are two initiatives that we created specific for two projects along Beatties Ford Corridor at Rosl's Ferry and Five Points, and then again at Beatties Ford and LaSalle Road. We saw that there was an interest of a development partner, minority development partners, and also the needs that were unique that didn't fit the tools that we currently had in our toolbox. So we created two new tools to help support those projects and make sure that they were successful. ARPA, this is one that's come to us recently, one-time funding opportunities for sustainable programming that have lasting impact. Again, it's one-time funding opportunities. We're trying to set these up so they're sustaining over time without needing a recurring influx of city funding along the way. And then we get to our large-scale partnerships real quickly, our tax increment grant and utilizing our CIP to support larger-scale redevelopment through reimbursing of infrastructure and other public assets. Next slide, please. Just want to start off with talking about large-scale partnerships, and this is what we would consider to be over $50 million in project value. Next slide. So Charlotte's had a long history of successful public-private partnerships. It's some of the things that a lot of folks from around the country look at Charlotte and ask us how we do it and how we're able to be successful in the many partnerships that we undertake. It's really been the beacon to what we've been able to accomplish over the last 20, 30 years in terms of major successful transformative projects that we've implemented here in the city. These types of partnerships are an opportunity for the city to get involved in the development, influence the development program, the type of development, and public benefits that would come out and be derived by that partnership opportunity that may not otherwise be able to be delivered without the partnership. Some of the typical public improvements that we reimburse through our partnerships are public infrastructure, public parking, affordable and workforce housing. And some of the tools we have here, again, are the tax increment grants and our CIP. These are some of the best tools available for these transformative projects and allows us to be successful over time.
So I just wanted to add and make sure that everybody remembers on the tax increment grants, these are ones that typically take city and county participation. And then part of the reason, and Todd will go into this more, that we use them for larger scale projects is you have to have a development partner that can take that upfront risk. Tax generated that can take the risk on.
Next slide, please. This is a quick overview of our tax increment grant policy, just to remind you what that is. So grants are made on a reimbursement basis only. This is kind of what Tracy alluded to, where a development partner has to basically front the cost of that infrastructure and carry that for a number of years until it's paid off through a tax increment grant. And it's paid off through new incremental taxes. And this is a performance-based tool. If the developer doesn't perform and doesn't generate enough taxes to cover the payment, they don't get paid. Justification of our use is there's a public purpose, so we are required to demonstrate that there is a public purpose here. That's usually around infrastructure. And then our traditional grant terms are 45% or 90% of incremental taxes over a period of 10 to 25 years, which is based on a project need and priority of the area. Now, something to note on the public purpose piece, while roads and parking may be our legal justification for us entering into these partnerships, we frequently or always consider sort of the bigger picture when it comes to these types of partnerships. We think of Ballantyne. We weren't investing in Ballantyne Reimagined just because we needed the infrastructure. It was the broader impact that that project was delivering to our community. The same with the Metropolitan. When we incorporated or implemented that partnership, the Metropolitan, it wasn't just about some of the infrastructure. It was about the catalytic impact that that would have in Midtown and what purpose it was serving as a larger project. Next slide. So this slide, I just want to explain just a little bit. This left column here is basically an example of, or an estimate of a project value. This gets to the point of needing to have certain value projects to make tax increment grants really successful and feasible to incorporate into these partnership deals. This column where 45% represents what the payment would be based on 45% of the incremental taxes. And then these columns here represent what that total would be over a period of 10 years. And again, this is assuming that the county would be partnering with us on this deal. So as an example, if we had a $5 million project that was generating $5 million in new taxable value, the city payment on an annual basis would be just under $8,000. The total over a 10-year period would be $78,000. So total combined over a 10-year period for the city and county would be just under $220,000. $220,000 is insufficient to cover infrastructure cost, particularly in today's day and age. So what it takes is we get down to the $50 million project value, where a total of about $2 million, that's when you're getting into kind of where for one road, you may be getting into about $2 million, or for some basic infrastructure improvements. That's why the tax increment grant really is best for projects that have a higher value, because that's where it's the most successful, and that's how the numbers, the math works on that. Next slide, please. So one I wanted to highlight first as a project example is the premium outlets. This was approved by City Council in 2013, and this will be our last payment year. So as of this year, this will be completed in terms of our obligation and our partnership. So in 2013, it was approved to do a 10-year, 45% tax increment grant between the city and the county, which would reimburse up to $5.14 million in public infrastructure. The estimated private investment at that time was $100 million. The leverage ratio based on that $100 million was 55-1, meaning that the private investor was putting in $55 for every dollar of public investment. And as you can see in the green, the actual private investment was $200 million, so it doubled what was anticipated or estimated back in 2013. And the leverage ratio is almost double again at 97-1. Some of the notable public benefits here is the infrastructure, because we really sought after the increased connectivity in the area. But at the time, coming out of the Great Recession, 2013 was also important to have a job creator, over 1,000 part-time and full-time jobs in West Charlotte. Also generates substantial increase in sales tax revenue. These outlet malls generate a lot of sales tax revenue based on the sales volume that's occurring at these facilities. The MWSB utilization, now I have question marks on the goal, because this gets into some of the challenges that we have had and the learning experiences we've had with some of our older agreements as well as some of our new agreements where I can't find a goal.
Yeah.
And if some look at where they actually are, the SBE was at 12.5% and the MB was at 17%. Going back 10 years, the way we set goals was a little different than when we set them now. And so going back and looking at a couple other projects, the goal likely would have been somewhere around between 8 and 12% of total MWSBE. So you can see here the actual well exceeds what was actually would have been the goal, at least my assumption of what the goal would have been. Next slide, please. This is just a graphic illustration.
Chair, I just got to make a funny note since Councilmember Mayfield is back there. So tell her the Perimeter Outlet, their last payment is this year.
Oh.
So, because I know this was her baby, but she liked to talk about the Perimeter Outlet Mall. So just a funny note, I'm sorry.
Well, and I think it's really good that we don't look back at these projects enough, right? Where there's a lot of angst as we're looking at them on the front end. But should we do this? What is the benefit? And I think it's a great opportunity, Todd pointed out, to look back.
Right.
Can you imagine now not having this?
That's right.
And how it's helped grow a part of our city.
That's right.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, I just have a quick question. I know that, Todd, you were explaining, you were talking flexibility. Is there any impediment for the council to create like a quantitative goal for that metric?
So
or-
we rely on CBI to set the goals based on their calculations that they have. So they create the participation plan that's attached to every one of these agreements, and they set the goals based on the capacity of the contractors they have in their inventory.
Okay.
And versus the scope of work that is basically going to be subject to the reimbursement agreement that we have with the development partner. So if they're building a road, they provide a scope for this is what it costs to build a road.
Just based on the scope of the, project at the time?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you for that.
So this slide, just another graphic illustration of how a tax increment grant payment works. The blue bar at the bottom, those are effectively the taxes that were being paid on that property, both city and county, before we entered into a partnership with Premier Outlets. They were paying $97,000 or $91,000 in taxes on an annual basis. Fast forward a few years, the tax base now, or what they're paying in taxes, is $1.5 million a year. So that green area shows the net revenue that's coming to the city and county coffers based on this partnership with Tanger and assignment on the outlet facility. The crosshatched area just represents the payment. So as you can see, the payment is 45% of those taxes that were generated. And now that we finished paying it, everything 100% comes to the city and county and back to us.
And so, again, just want to point out, that's new money that's coming into our general fund, right? That's going to support across our entire community. And so, again, when we have these conversations, a lot of times we can say, well, we're investing in this one part of our city, but that new revenue is going to go to support our entire city.
And this, I think, just represents the fiscal impact or the fiscal benefit that's coming to the city from taxes. What's not in consideration is the jobs that are created, the sales tax revenue that's there, the catalytic development that's occurred around the property and what you're seeing in the area. So all of that stuff is being spun off of the partnership that's here. Next slide, please. Cape Northern is really interesting because this doesn't use tax increment grant dollars. This is using our CIP. And this is one of the first larger projects where we've actually partnered with the developer using our CIPs for reimbursement of infrastructure. This is one I frequently like to tell people that it's kind of fell in our lap. We planned for this area for years through the Applied Innovation Corps plan, trying to figure out what can we do with this 70 acres in the middle of North End. And it just so happened the timing worked out perfectly with the CNIP program and outlining $29 million for the Applied Innovation Corridor. We had funding ready and available to deploy when we had a partner come to the table for this particular site. And ATCO has done a fantastic job in partnership with us, not just for the infrastructure, but also on how they've tenanted their space, how they've built out that space, and how they've adaptive reuse of the facility that's there. It's a really cool project, and the way they're taking it, it's really going to be a benefit to the community, the surrounding area, and to the Charlotte region.
You drive a train? I'm just saying. Just saying. They behave themselves.
So one of the things we learned from this project is the necessity to have flexibility and being adaptable with our funding through our CIP. If we didn't have the funding available, we may not have been able to entice ATCO to stick around and play in this or to acquire this property and partner with us on this. So in 2019, 2020, we created a bucket that you now see in the budget that shows what there's sort of an economic development bucket of CIP. It's not tied to and where things are going so we can start to deploy those funds where they need to be at the time. Next slide, please. And this is a great example of how that bucket has really allowed us to move forward with certain partnerships that have allowed us to be successful. particularly in a quicker time frame that we wouldn't have been able to do otherwise. The Ballantyne Reimagined utilizes our tax increment grant and our CIP tools. From a TIG side, it was a 15-year, 45% of increment, tax increment grant, not to exceed $25 million. This includes the city and the county. The estimated private investment here is $1.5 billion. So as you can see, the leverage ratio is pretty substantial based on the amount of investment that they're estimating out there. CIP terms is 17. We basically reimburse them for infrastructure up to $17.5 million. They've been moving quickly on this project, and we've actually already paid back that full $17.5 million. And I would anticipate us starting to pay back on the tax increment grant within the next couple of years.
We're not looking too there really quickly on this, and how this one was a great one, Ballantyne Reimagined, to keep it as a healthy office market. But it doesn't go unnoticed. They're dealing with some of the same struggles of office vacancy, trying to retain office tenants, things like that. So again, it goes back to my point earlier, having a developer that has the ability, while they might not see the growth that they've invested in as fast as they thought, and the revenues might not be there, the fact that they can carry on some of that upfront investment that they had. The other piece to note is that because we recognize these economic conditions, we've started to lean in very closely with Northwood on helping them with vacant office. How do we retain their offices and the businesses that are there, and then how do we help send the message for new opportunities to come to the park as well. So.
An alignment between without the county being at the table on this as well. Next slide, please. So these are some of the partnership opportunities we have on the horizon. Don't have a lot of details on these yet, but we hope to share more with you over the course of the next several months. Starting from left to right, that is the Brooklyn and Church redevelopment. I think that was presented to this committee early this year in talking about some of the challenges we're having with office vacancy and their plans to repurpose that building in downtown. The next one to the right is a lot of things, the coordination going on there and understanding what those costs are. We're still working through that, and again, we hope to share more with you over the next several months. And then on the far right is what's currently happening at Eastland Mall. We see here, this building right here.
See it,
That's only.
Is it there?
Don't do that, Mr. Chair.
I'm just saying, it's almost that time, right? I think, well, it's almost that time.
You just look past the fact that we'll have residents there on the.
Oh, no, I acknowledge that in all my public presentations, that work has already been done, but
Literally look like.
I
Going to come back to us with a master plan, I understand. But I'm just wondering, what is the outlook there?
So we have been going through a costing exercise with them. We met with them as well last week when they were here in town and heard some of their concerns. And also, we're going after a grant that would help us get a more robust times of COVID and just tough economic conditions with the markets and the way that they are. But they've been a really good partner, and we are trying to move it along quickly.
Okay, the other question I had was CTC. Is that not on the horizon, or?
No, it is. We just didn't put them. We didn't put all the projects.
Oh, that's a big one, though, right? That's a pretty valid question, and we had the issue there also pointing to the TIGs about the county saying that they did not want to participate in the TIG assessment by us. So
we're looking at that project a couple of different options right now, and a couple of different paths. Understanding where the county falls on their desire to not participate on that, but then also working with CATS and working with the development team on how we might still deliver that in an efficient, effective way.
okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, while we're talking about Gateway, I'll jump to you. I too echo Mr. Drake's. I think, James, me and you were talking. So,
How quickly a quarter of a century passes.
Yeah, it's crazy, right?
All right.
So we've been talking about this for a long time, and the concept, the coordination of everything is great. And this is probably one time where the state probably is a little ahead of us in
Well-
terms of some of the work that's already been done.
And they needed to be.
Yeah.
Right? Like, we always knew that the work that went on with the Tiger Grant and the extra tracks and all of that had to occur. At the same time, you know, in selecting works with that, and now even potentially the red line. So, did you think that these projects in their own right take a long time? But we are changing and evolving as these projects are going on as well.
Yeah, and I'm just kidding about Eastland as well. I know the two teams are very close to coming back to the council with some information regarding where they stand with the AAU facilities. And certainly, like I said, today I was driving by the site and see the progress that's being made out. And all of these projects and the ones not included are extremely important from the economic vitality of the city and specifically Uptown. Two of them are related to Uptown, and even the project that I referred to going back to the on Graham Street where the track is there and that can possibly align with the red line if done properly. So there's a lot of things that are out there that we have to decide whether or not to what degree we want to play and which bucket those resources come from. So this exercise was just really kind of giving us an opportunity to kind of see where the monies are and how they can be spent and the horizon projects that are in front of us. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Todd, thank you for the presentation thus far. I think all of these projects are incredibly important, but to Mr. Chair, and exacerbate the activation around what has already had an economic impact would just bring a multiplier effect. And so I'd like for us, I know we're working on it, but it'd be exciting to see that actually come to fruition. But my question is around on slide 9, where you were talking about the premium outlets. And this 9 and 10, that is fantastic, but it doesn't include all the other activation around that property, right? If you go out there right now, it just looks completely different. And so I'm wondering, as you present this and as evidence to undergird why these projects are important, if you could provide the broader economic impact, because I think if you were to add that into just this tax base, the partnership opportunities on the horizon, all of these projects are important. But in particular, I think, the project in Lower Tuck has the opportunity to really have an impact in that corridor, in that area that they've been waiting for a very long time, and could really bring a vibrancy there that those residents have been wanting. So very excited to see how that particular project progresses.
Oh. Do we skip a couple?
Go back, yeah.
Yeah, go back on 1 or 2.
Back to slide 14.
Yeah, thank you. So I don't need to go over all this. This really just summarizes some of the TIG and CIP activity over the last 20 years or so. As you can see, the council has approved 30 P3 agreements, 20 tax increment grant, 10 CIP since 2004. That averages 20. The majority of these have reimbursed for public infrastructure. 2 have included public parking. And if you look at the private leveraging, we're obviously exceeding the goal of 10 to 1 since 2004 is 56 to 1, since 2020 it was 58 to 1. The MWSB utilization, this is one that mentioned earlier that we are working to do better with that regard, particularly with respect to tracking. We've identified there are some gaps in how that is actually tracked between the differences between a CIP project and a tax increment grant project. And so we're coordinating now with CIP to make sure that we are doing a much better more real time rather than waiting until a project is done and seeing what that information is. And that way we can basically stay a little bit more on top of that as we go forward. Next slide. So as we move into the small scale projects, these are generally less than 25 million. Most of these are actually even less than 5 or 10 million. Next slide. As I mentioned before, the business matching grants, these have been around for 20 years. Back in 2004, 2007-ish, City Council was really programs. It like this in the entire country where, for as an example, if you look at a lot of other facade programs around the country, they may be reimbursing $5,000 or $10,000 as a limit. We actually tier it based on the size, and in some cases we go up to $90,000 for a facade improvement. So it's a much more impactful investment, which allows us to have a broader reach in some of our most economically distressed corridors, and an effort to remove blight, create strong local economies, create more opportunities for small business, and help support the opportunity or just need a little extra help to get there. And just as an extension of that, we're also looking at potentially a commercial rehab pilot where the residential side, they have an emergency residential rehab program. We're looking at, is there an opportunity for us to do something similar? And we've heard where, roofs of certain small businesses may actually need some help. We're taking a look at seeing what we can do there and see if there's an opportunity for us to invest and help partner with small business owners. Violations, we can help get there before it actually get to that point. Next slide, please. So the demand remains really strong for these programs. We have maxed out available funds for this fiscal year, and we are counting on funding availability for next year to be able to award grants for our last round of the fiscal year. And so this kind of is a testament to the success of these programs over time. Since 2020, we've awarded 250 grants, and equates to about $6 million in reimbursement, and then a total leverage amount of over $55 million from these grants out. We've also had to reduce the maximum award on some grant opportunities just to make sure we had available funding to get us through to as far as we can throughout the year. Next slide, please. It's just some recent examples of some of these small-scale partnerships, particularly using these business matching grants. First, at the top left is at 610 West Sugar Creek Road. This is Browse by Kiki, a small business up there. And then the lower right is Lower Tuck. That's one phase, the first phase of the Lower Tuck project of adaptive reuse of the warehouse town market. Where taking a dilapidated shopping center or a shopping center that hasn't seen a lot of investment and really turning it around and being a sort of a main street or a hub or focal point for the community. This is a unique shopping center that has a host of office space as well. It has interior office space, not just exterior and out parcels of retail. So they have a mix of nonprofit tenants, they have a daycare, they have doctor's offices, they have dentist offices, they have restaurants, they have everything that a downtown or a main street has. It's just in a little bit different type of setting than you might see in any more, really kudos to the team and what they've done on this project. Next slide, please. It's just as we get into some non-traditional small-scale partnerships, just a few to kind of highlight. We talk about strategic land acquisition. This is one that where we can get have a lot of impact if it's well done and intentional about it. One of the examples is the Belmont C-Store and a service station. Years ago, the city acquired, at the request of CMPD, to acquire two. They wanted to take this. They wanted to actually kind of reinvigorate the commercial core of the Belmont neighborhood. And so we kept the two of the commercial buildings, and we did a solicitation process to get a small-scale developer who worked really well with the community. Now you have a barbecue restaurant and a vet clinic and a bottle shop The businesses hire people from within the neighborhood. It's been a real asset to the community, much different from what it was before. And so narcotic sales, firearm sales that were not legal, now we're turning into vet clinic and barbecue. So I think it's really a testament to how the power of doing this type of project can do. And leaning in on that with Sugar Creek Hotel, taking one of the worst hotels in that corridor and turning it into an asset for that community and into affordable for sale housing product, which is really, again, it's a testament to doing the strategic land acquisition and actually being able to facilitate a market that may not be able to operate without public sector involvement. Some other areas this Start, Scale, Sustain, this S3 grant, this is effectively kind of a precursor to our business district organization program. It helps build capacity of burgeoning business districts in some of our neighborhoods to help them get ready for a business district organization program. Opportunity hubs, we mentioned that earlier with the small business, really excited about the impact that could have in our corridors and the benefit it will have on our small businesses in these areas. And then the LISC Charlotte Emergency Development Training Program. This is really exciting for us. We've been talking about this for a few years of how do we increase the capacity more opportunities for minority developers to actually be active in our community and have more access to capital and knowledge in the process to be successful in that endeavor. Next slide. These are just some quick examples of different types of different approaches of these small-scale development opportunities. From left to right, that's a 5 Points Rosales Ferry, working with Sankova to revitalize that property, turning it into Jet's Pizza, Rita's, really great assets to the community, and adjacent to 5 Points Plaza, which is another city investment. So we're trying to leverage all the different investments we have. It's been a massive transformation of that intersection and working with them and Main Street, HWEP, and everybody trying to coordinate there.
What district is that?
And I would say on both of these, we couldn't have done either of these really as well without the partnership with LISC and Knight Foundation. So they were really incredible to work with on these projects. And then on the far right, this is something that I think came out of previous conversations about utilizing tax increment grants for smaller projects and seeing how it works. So that is North Greenville, that is on Statesville Road, just they're under construction right now. So this is an example of how we're trying to utilize tools a little bit differently than we have in the past and kind of seeing how it works and how it plays out. Yeah. Projects on the horizon from our small scale perspective, Excelsior Club. This is one that we are committed to success. There's no opportunity. There's no other alternative here. And then Sugar Creek Hotel, briefly mentioned that earlier. Fresh food and produce opportunities in West Charlotte. There's a couple of really exciting opportunities over there that we're talking with folks on that we're really enthusiastic about bringing more fresh food and produce projects. So we're really interested in work in partnership with the nonprofits, the philanthropists, the other organizations that are there, because we know we can't do it by ourselves, and neither can they. So this is where leveraging different partnerships and investment opportunities really comes into play, and that's how these kind of projects are able to get to from vision to reality. And the West Remount Strip Center, that's something that we acquired about a year ago. You know, we're in the process of we've secured a development partner. They're working with the community and help turn that into doing a similar process that we did in the Belmont neighborhood of really turning it into an partnerships of not just LISC and Knight Foundation, but other nonprofits and philanthropic organizations. We can't be successful without in partnership and leveraging these opportunities as we go forward. So as to wrap up, every partnership opportunity does require a customized approach depending on the size, scale, location, uniqueness of that project, when we try to take a more customized approach to that. When we do negotiations or we're having conversations with these potential private development partners, these are the key areas that we're working from a policy utilization, transportation, mobility, bike, infrastructure, roads, PED, transit. all that is what really kind of the forefront when we're having these conversations of how do we derive some of these public benefits to come out of these conversations with these developments. And then again, I just want to mention that even though these tools that I mentioned before, they kind of are based on policy and they're kind of our standard go-tos, we are relentless in our ways of trying to create new projects or new tools that can be customizable to different challenges that evolve over time. And then lastly, I can't express the importance of leveraging private investment out there by ourselves, and we all need each other to actually make some of the more difficult projects come through. With that, I'll turn it over for you for questions.
That was a very, very good presentation, and it goes to show the wide variety of programs and grants and incentives that we provide for a wide variety of projects, large and small, district-wide impact or a citywide impact. And so I think to do these projects. So it's just not the big projects like Bank of America Stadium or Spectrum, but there are also projects right in your neighborhood, right in your community that have district impact and citywide impact. So if there's any questions, we got one quick item that we have to do before we leave on this topic. Okay? There being none, there was a memo on your table about the
committee. There's an open referral that each council committee have to review advisory boards through our Jobs Economic. And one of those committees that links up with Job and Economic Development Committee is the City Charlotte Business Inclusion Advisory. And so currently the members are appointed to a 2-year term, while other advisory committees have a 3-year term. So I'm proposing for the committee to consider recommending to council to update the CBIAC to a 3-year. Have checked with the city clerk and the city attorney office, and CBIAC appointment process consistent with other boards and commissions. So pretty straightforward, Mr. Chair. I hope there's something we can put forward for a committee vote today.
Any questions from committee members?
Move to approve.
Second. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those want to go to lunch, raise your hand. Adjourn. All those opposed? Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
All right. Well, good afternoon. Thank you all for joining us. Perfect time. Committee Chair. And I would like to pause here for introductions, starting to my left.
Matt Hassett, City Treasurer, Finance Office.
Teresa Smith, Chief Financial Officer.
Sean Heath, City Manager's Office.
Councilmember Tijuana Brown. Thank you. Councilmember Brown, representing District 3.
Luana Mayfield. Rebecca Hefner, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Jane Talon, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Anyone online? Oh, Marie.
Sorry, Marie Harris, Strategy and Budget.
Anyone online? Do we have anyone online, Marie?
Dante Anderson, Mayor Pro Tem, District 1.
And that's all. First, we will receive a debt financing update from our CFO, Teresa Smith. And next, we will receive baseline information on our referral to review the criteria. And this is something Councilmember Mayfield had brought up at one of our budget discussions. And that's to review the criteria used for funding. So with that, let me turn this over to our CFO, Madam CFO.
Thank you. I think if we could get the presentation up.
Sorry, David, could you pull the debt PowerPoint up? I didn't pay attention.
Here.
This is the number 2 that's up now. We need the debt one up, please.
For the second one. Okay, thank you.
Okay, for you, I do have with me Matt Hested, City Treasurer. So at the end of the presentation or anywhere along the way, if you have questions, please stop us so that we can respond to those questions. So next slide. Just a couple of things we wanted to hit today on the agenda. So having that conversation about what it is, what the calendar looks like. And then this year we have the added item that you don't normally see, which is the GO bond referendum process, because this is an every 2-year cycle. So we thought it would be helpful to at least spend one slide to talk about what that looks like. Next slide. So comprehensive, we really have a very comprehensive capital program that both involves the planning of how we look at our capital projects, the financing that includes more than just debt. So we look at things like PAYGO or grant funding, so other sources of funding to our projects. But that also how, even though the credit entities are separate, they're really connected and sort of overlap. We think you all have very good management practices and planning practices. That really applies to all of the credit entities, not just one credit entity individually. And so when we think about debt from the finance department, we really are thinking about all of these kind of at the same time, not just one of them individually. And sure.
Thank you for reminding. So if you go back to a previous slide, so when we have enterprise funds, right, for an example, Charlotte Water or airport, they have their own enterprise source of revenue and expenditures associated with it. Funds rating.
Right, so we'll get into that a little bit on some of the coming slides when we talk about the types of debt and the pledge of revenue that supports that. So using like a Charlotte Water as the example, when they issue debt, that debt is supported by the revenues of that system. And so a rating agency will look at that specifically. But there are also, And what makes these different, if you look at the column there about pledge, that is probably the biggest difference between the four types that we have here. So a general obligation bond is, the pledge of that revenue is what we call the city's full faith and credit. So what this means is the property tax will support that debt. This type of debt, if the city were unable to afford the debt that we have issued, which we have a comprehensive planning process that we don't get into that situation, but we would raise the property tax in order to support the debt that has been issued. So that's what full faith and credit means. Revenue bonds is the example, Councilman Ishmael, that you were mentioning. So our enterprise funds use revenue bonds. So those bonds, this is what we usually use for things like equipment and facilities. That is a lot like, if you think of your home mortgage or maybe a car loan, where the pledge is the collateral. So it is a pledge of an asset rather than a pledge of a revenue. And then a bond anticipation note, and we take that and turn it into a long-term note after that. So looking at the next two slides goes a little deeper into the different credit entities and the type of debt that they use. So first we'll talk about general government. So we have affordable housing, streets and neighborhood infrastructure, and then our facilities. So a lot of times we really advertise the AAA. For our general government, we also utilize COPS, and then we also utilize the BAN, which again is that short-term program. The other three listed on this slide are our hospitality credit entities. So for the hospitality credit entities, we're utilizing a COPS method to finance those. And again, we're a little different, so we utilize a COPS structure for that one rather than a revenue bond. And again, 3 of the 4 here utilize that BAN or that short-term financing before we go to a long-term financing. So next slide. Now, a little bit about process. What we're talking about today, looked at the projects, you've said these are the things we want to fund, you approve that project budget. Then whoever the responsible department is, depending on what that project is, they will start to execute that. So they're getting the contracts, they're starting the construction, they're going through the actual execution of that project. That's where finance comes in, and we make sure that the money have to go to the local government commission. So local government commission is a commission that was established really after the Great Depression, and it's unique to the state of North Carolina, but they will approve any debt financing before we're actually able to do it. So after you all approve, the local government has to, the local government commission has to approve.
The commission has to approve it?
Correct.
Has there any been discrepancies where they may not approve it?
So not for the city of Charlotte.
Okay, all right, but there has been.
There have been instances for other entities where the local government commission, so there are a couple, then they do have the ability to actually things aligned with where the commission is and then take that back for another approval. They didn't get that initial approval, but they were able to go back and
the local government
didn't get that initial approval, but they were able to go back and
the local government commission there are in when municipal there are certain examples you can able to fulfill our commitment
of the local government. Those types of folks when we're looking at projects to make sure that we're only taking projects get into a position where we would have something fail.
You've been proactive.
Yes.
Reasonable and not excessive?
Yes.
What was the first one?
Councilmember Brown. We want to spend more time on the second presentation. So would you like to? Okay. So we'll.
We're good.
Okay.
Yep. So again, we want calendar, so really may look like there meeting schedule. But we do have 4 in the process of. The first 2 are related to water and that on April 22nd. So you've already funding is this, if you think of an opportunity in the current market to realize savings with to do a refunding of that. So it's the heads up to the May the 13th. We will kick this off. Then the next thing will happen. The sort of green stars that you see here, those that while we're starting the referendum process on May the 13th, we do recognize that sort of schedule this along the way so that the 2 are for any additional questions that you have.
So if you go back to your revenue anticipation that we had Charlotte Water presentation last committee meeting.
Financing for projects that are already approved.
Okay, so this was for 2025 fiscal year budget next year. I have committee members, any questions?
Madam Chair, I do need to go back to page 8 for one moment.
Sure.
Came from the previous budget calendar, right? And I'll go with stormwater revenue bond. Not to. Correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Do we off of that?
Sure. So stormwater. We have a current outstanding bond anticipation note that is 100. Take that and convert it to a long-term financing. So 125 of that financing. To create savings. So you take 80 of currently outstanding that we'll be refunding, and that's
Sure. Madam Chair, I'm good.
Thank you. Much higher. So Marie is presenting. Okay.
Team and with the special guest star, Cherry Smith, who works one-on-one information in and speaks to them on a regular basis with procurement. With, again, at a business meeting around, okay, financial partners. I know back partners, we had some criteria. Currently, there isn't much. And if you look at the next slide, the main thing is types of financial partners, and I believe the one we were talking about is the discretionary revenue partners. But we'll go ahead and just go over
At our last meeting, when discretionary revenue partner came up,
cover them all, but I think the area that has the most opportunity, y'all want to know more information in or have reviewed, we can delve into further.
Okay.
So these are ones that have like criteria around them, like as you need. It's the hotel, let me read off the slide, hotel occupancy, rental car, the types of activities, pave roads with it, you know, or plug it into where. So again, those are ones that are more limited on what you can actually use them for. If you go to the next slide, please. And then there's a lot of questions of strict laws from North Carolina about what you can actually levy a district. Say, oh, we on every parcel unless it's a certain parcel that you excuse from. And I think some people don't realize that the actual parcel. Yes, Ms.
it's Councilmember Mayfield.
There's something like a public use organization.
So when we did, when we were having discussion about the breakdown between residential and businesses, you're right, majority of Center City Park and Center City residential that I noticed as part of the process.
Well, part of my question of clarification, it was mentioned to me the MSD is only for businesses, and I was like, no, because it's impacting the residential neighborhoods. Egress and regress, but it was stated that Center City Partners is only. I'm pretty sure the MSD is
and
everyone.
That could be a follow.
Yeah, if you can provide a map.
No, and just real quick, so right now, districts 1 through 4, Uptown and South End, and University City Park.
So 1 to 4.
And then
Okay.
Valentine's the only one.
Yeah, and
do a really good job trying to leverage those dollars, but around those. Now, sometimes there's more than one provider, and they do look at, okay, provider that they could put out for our RFP, who can provide those funds.
From our financial partners, it's an application process that has This year, we released them on November the 1st, and then they're due in January. So this year's due partners as well as partners. So we really try to spread a wide net that could advance council's strategic priorities.
If we do it at the end, we have, I think, about.
I won't read what
No,
you
take
can
your
read
time
for
because-
yourselves, but just kind of a general walkthrough. That they have submitted documentation that is listed, but we verify that, hey, to the program outside of our budget. That includes performance measures, MWSBE utilization, as well as measures, having organizations, then our equity measures are also reported at the meeting partner within that contract process before they sign anything. There is no maximum amount for the request. Typically, it is a one. Those partners were shifted over to our general fund, allowed for them to be a part of our financial partner program. With that, partner application packet this year. So with the previous organizations were able to receive 1/3 of their budget, 400,000, and then there were, that was based on the, so a lot of this tied back to what you can and cannot do with federal.
This was a dedicated revenue source, CDBG.
Say that one more time.
So is that, because I thought we were going over discretionary funds?
Don't have any programs, so wanted to give you guys
So this is
something.
just.
And then our last slide, I said I'd be efficient. Hopefully you agree. Mecklenburg County, all our financial partners, they call it their community service grant program. So some sunset requirements when we partner with them.
I know we have Councilmember Mitchell, Councilmember Mayfield. Okay.
Or some recommendations. Your organization should be at a much stronger, we know 5 years, that's not really giving a chance for the program to be. Have so many different programs, and also refund us whatever funds that we may have given to them. I was hoping that that we would see here's now what we're recommending in order to have clearly
what we were thinking, but first we didn't want to get ahead of you. So Chair was trying to give us time to pick your brains. So, and then and you like this component of Philadelphia, this component of Mecklenburg County, or
from right now, from today's discussion, for us to get this to full council.
so it would be business meetings in July, but we do want to give you the time, but I think within a couple meetings, you work probably in October. I'm looking at Cherry because we, by the end of August or early September, approved. Yes, ma'am.
Budget about to be approved. We already have a number of funding requests. Had the longer discussion on. So in my dream world, recommendations would come.
It may not be fair for the people that already applied.
So before opening up the fiscal year 2025.
You know what you're applying for if you're a
Okay.
nonprofit. To what our new criteria may be.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Councilwoman.
Ladies first, no.
More specific for me. With nonprofits that we have already funded and of what they did with the funding. And if it was same ones coming again, did they meet? If they expanded to other nonprofit organizations? And I know we put it out there, but that could be up to council. We can see how we can get the word out. May not qualify. What do we have in place to help them?
And we do in the packet, we try to give you current partner. We said, here's what they submitted for their mid-year report, but right now, no criteria for us to say, we're not, this one isn't meeting that criteria. It's just,
there's no criteria. So that we have something to go on where because it could become criteria. And if that's something that council need to look at, and we as look and see what we need to do that. But I would love people, but if I don't meet all of the guidelines that I need to meet, board with getting funding. So the no criteria is a big piece.
I believe that's the reason this was a referendum to focus on is I would like to hear from committee members. Said she would like to hear from us before they come up with recommendations, right. Because I think that we are not being heard. Mm-hmm. And so it's good that you are. So I like that. What I would like and Councilmember Mayfield conversation to happen before with the manager, and because the final process, which you clearly, we have that in our package, request if they didn't meet the criteria now. So I think this all of our financial, otherwise, look for other opportunities. So I like that we will be. I would like to see if we go back to slide number 11. So my second question is, are you okay with this timeline that we currently, with criteria, and let's go ahead,
Okay, so thank you, Madam Chair, and I echo, first of all, you said we ought to refer this to our committee. Chair, I think number one, they need to. We have our priorities, right? Great neighborhood, safe community. The well-managed council member Johnson and Ajmer and Winston board, and making sure all our organizations respect the diversity in our community. I think we can find the best practices throughout the country. Programs that I know have been better. Financial partner. Seven. I think we need to give them. I'm open to whether it's 5, 7, or 10. But the third thing is how to use our money. That's where the difference is made. And so I want to make sure I'm equipment. Now I understand to do program, you need to hire staff, so it's a better job. So
On accountability.
I got to make sure much as they use our funding. And Sean, you and I kind of go back on this, and partner we give out. One thing for you all, for us to give you the criteria. The timeline, you will send us out, what we. And that's a partner maybe we need to continue to fund. So, Madam Chair, I hope I wasn't too long. Thank you.
no, I think that was spot on. I think that's the type of conversation of operations versus programming. Youth are struggling with population, and we need to have more programs. There are other partners that we work with. We are, to Councilmember Mayfield's point, where, not applying for opportunities, whether it's with. I think there needs to be some sort of streamlined process. In addition to, I'd like to see one of our priorities as for which other line item? Because I don't. Source driven. Do you have? Okay. So I would like own businesses. And where we have, so when we go through this criteria, I think you brought it up, and I think, so having that set performance, if they don't get passing grade, whether that's C or B. So performance measures would be important. Well, Councilmember, all of us experts like Rebecca Heffner, CMPD, they're looking at a driven approach to all of this. Should never be prepay in advance.
Right, quarterly. I don't like. Cause a challenge.
Yeah.
Because that's telling them they have to fund.
That's right.
And quarterly, once we identify a dollar amount that you
So current, that's part of the criteria we can look at.
So if we can take a look at if there, that's the milestone. Hey, they did X. They're doing X programming. Did they? Second quarter or the third quarter, right? Have term limits, and I know this is something Councilmember Mayfield had brought. Certainly a problem. Term limits, so that and county has look at, and other thing I look at is that well, let me tell you, because I worked in public to hire, trying to level an organization where after 2 to 3 Marie and Shuri.
Well, are we still going through
No.
and answer before they start?
Point of the audit, my background is in accounting and bookkeeping too, so we did change just upon the filing requirement of a
Financial feasibility perspective, because and then if you look at slide number 14, this funding, but I can be convinced otherwise. I would like to consider it, and that's
For next year, or we're shutting your business down, but that's part. But a plan on what would you do if you don't get city funding? But that's the only thing. Me on the street, because I'm not getting funded this year, so it should be for service things.
and then I'll come back if I have more, and maybe I'll talk with you separately. Amount, because we currently don't have any. So someone could submit potential. Yep. So I'm sure I have a lot more. Let my committee members to weigh in, and I'll come back.
Chair Mitchell, you all want. I'm looking at, here's the reality. On the ground, we have had for a number of years out of pocket. buildings in different parts of West Side, whether that's West Boulevard, maneuver through our system. They have then some route, then gets funding. You are not able to do the work because you don't have the community. The reason I said 7 years looking at Philadelphia is because we do know done around in this committee. We know that actually have an impact in community. Also, then that gives that organization enough time to build up their other funds. More for me, no more than 20% of your funding needs to be coming from government challenges when those funds is care for our elders. With our elders, and Councilmember Brown legislative breakfast over the weekend, and the county as far as STS and bus service. But there's also because our seniors are a lot more active today. And if they are to the place where the transportation system to get them from point A to point B, so having something of staying in place, not just the, what was all the, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about that church fitness challenge. I'm talking about real programming for our elders. Don't have a space that's created for them. Measures, it can be consider that performance measure isn't going to be the same for versus doing outreach. So we have to make sure that the and that application, and that way when the application goes out, we're clearly and here is how you're going to be.
We can give them some on the front end that will help determine, yeah.
I believe more transparent on the front end. Sustaining. I've shared before, to me, the organization is working with youth and you're telling me you're on the 4th generation. That the fact that you need to partner with another organization, or is that? Well, in today's climate, you being a homeowner is on a socioeconomic status is. Yet, were you able to start a business? That's a very different conversation. A youth at 10, 11, 12, 13 years old and 25. Males play in through college out there that are successful. I'm not encouraging you all to reinvent the wheel. It's great to look at this breakdown of how many organizations are right now by sell their homes, them writing and their property. This is happening on the ground right now. So training, which is when we talk about for vehicles. Okay, we're gonna fund this purchase of the unlike last week when we had the chance to vote on it and vote, and opposed to make you think about funding that we've done for that we're already putting in surplus that's still in good condition, opposed to that will automatically connect now for them to be able to go on the process so that there's a clear line of trying to do and be successful, but also tie into our needs. And I think it would help to move the conversation that we're hurting what we're attempting to do, but we cannot continue with no maximum request amount. We don't have to doing amazing work. Let's look at some of those that are already doing it and create our criteria.
So apparently this seems
No,
to
Marie
be...
was responding to me.
Oh, no, it's...
Social media.
So we might as well just shut the meeting down.
Yeah, so
Absolutely.
and this, so we have criteria as far as you have to. We staff do not assess that. We just give you what they said. Same with regular performance measures, but to
is a clear way for us to track what they said. Buy me a new car, and it'll be 6 months to a year before you or elders or any other thing. If you are a board that is not diverse, I'm going to have community is extremely diverse, but you don't even have representation of the community. It's concerning for me.
Oh, no, Robert Hill.
I want us to be flexible in our judgment and in what we do. Great need in this community to reach so many different entities, So I definitely want to make sure that we don't do that. Said the county, we don't need to match the county. We are the city council. Programming for their reason, and it may be working for them. Out of my own pocket, my money comes out of Charlotte. My funding comes from, and my housing that I do, my funding does not come in the city of Charlotte. I won't even apply for anything in the city of Charlotte. Time to get your infrastructure together, building your organization. like I did when I first came home. Didn't really know what I was doing. Had a hard to go. We had to make they're not where we need to be. Let's in this space coming, taking over and getting funded for 7 years consecutive. A small organization want to dot their I's and cross their T's, but partner with them, and I don't have all the answers. In organizations that would never ever receive any funding to $150,000 to see what you're doing, and then magnitude. More organized, and they continue to build their infrastructure. The 990s. If you're $50,000 and under, all you have. So yeah, that's why I'm here. I'm moving our city forward, that are doing great things in the community. Like for our seniors. Tell people that we can't fund them getting a vehicle, or taking people to vote, or taking on us. And what's not working, take that out. Giving funding out to now nobody. We want to continue to champion this discretionary. This is the one area where I like gets to shine bright. And it's some amazing work. And I'm coming in on it. I love how we do that. This committee is charged to see how we do that. But this is the one area where we can say City Council is really doing something for policies and things to stand out in this area right here. So that's something. Allowing everybody that's doing whatever work they can see. That's what I would like to see. And that is we don't want to eliminate, but there's a small organization out there, some help, some uplifting that we may kind of let them do what they community. If it's effective, if it's if it's moving our community forward, organization and continue to support them.
Stop at 3:45. Need anything else?
Not for the on at least we
Yeah.
and if
Wonderful, you know, I'm trying to put that you and give you some flowers today as well. Information for what you do, all the staff, those that
thank you.
Got a lot of feedback on let's continue your recommendations. I think we will probably need to be presented to the full council. His passion on this topic is because, you know, a lot of youth, council member about supporting our. He's certainly very passionate. to the full count. Because, now we are adding discussion. Well, this was our last agenda. There are no additional comments from Mr. Heath. Do you have any? So there you go.
Second.
In favor, please leave the room.
Hey, Dr. Wallace, how are you today?
How you doing?
Did you want some?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
To my left and just work our way around. Good afternoon.
It's on. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tijuana Brown.
Hello, Sean Heath, City Manager's Office. Services.
Dimple Ashmara,
With our introductions online.
around the room.
Okay, no worries.
Neighborhood Services. Andrew Bowen, Innovation and Technology.
Housing and Neighborhood Services. Sterling Patterson, Youth Programs.
Raj Natarajan,
City Attorney's Office.
Janine Simmons. Stating items and answer any questions or clarify anything from last week's discussion.
Thanks, Chair Watlington. We can go in conversation. We received a lot of feedback in those conversations, so today is really our attempt to demonstrate to you that we've reflected on that feedback and we've retooled some of this, we've reframed it. I'm joined here by our great partners from the United Way and Housing Director Hefner as well, and members of the team. In terms of format, I'll quickly go through a little bit of the prepared materials. I'll try and do that in an accelerated fashion. Then I'm going to ask Laura Clark from the United Way to share some perspective on their role in this overall broad effort, and then we'll open it up for any Q&A. Next slide, please. And you can go ahead and populate the entire next slide, slide number 2, once you pull it up. And I won't wait, so we'll just keep going. Time is short. If slide 2 were up, you would see that it's something that we shared on April 22nd in the action review, just a quick snapshot of the Home for All initiative. So the journey really started in calendar year 2021. A broad cross-section of the community came together, public sector, private sector, nonprofits, and really kind of gave birth to the Home for All initiative. The aspirational vision for a Home for All is as follows. Homelessness is rare, brief, and non-recurring, and everyone has access to affordable housing and the resources to sustain it. It's a bold vision. It's not the sort of vision that can be accomplished overnight, but it provides us collectively with a bit of a North Star to gravitate towards. In terms of the timeline, since the initiative was rolled out, we've been on a progression. In FY22, a strategic framework was released, which was the first of 2 deliverables associated with the Home for All. It had 99 recommendations. There's a long menu of opportunities for the community to consider. Also in FY22, the United Way was identified and asked to kind of lead and serve as the quarterback agency for this work. Moving into FY23 with the United Way's work, engaging the community, an implementation plan was released, which took those 99 recommendations and distilled them into a much shorter list of priorities, more digestible for the community. And FY24 has really been more around design and piloting and really kind of assembling the resources to get this going and off the ground. And then FY25 to FY28 is intended to be the implementation ramp-up period. So we've got the slide now on screen. You may recall on April 22nd, I had one slide that showed literally dozens of logos. So those were organizations that are actively involved in this effort today. A really wide cross-section of the community, nonprofits, large and small, Mecklenburg County, City of Charlotte, private sector, And then also importantly, work streams have individuals from the community with lived experience. So it's a really diverse group of folks that are around a Home for All table, literally and figuratively. Okay, slide 3, next slide. This will also look familiar from our action review conversation. This is a graphic of the 5-year implementation priorities for a Home for All. I'm just going to cherry pick a few things on here in the interest of time. So going from left to right, you can see there are 4 vertical towers. We refer to them as the pillars of a Home for All. First is the emergency response pillar on the left, which is really focused on the unsheltered, and you can see the reference here, provide robust holistic support. Pillar exists in part because of feedback from the City of Charlotte last year. Think about conversations we had, for example, ordinance enforcement and the like, where there was, I think, a deep understanding around some of the challenges, not only in Uptown Charlotte, but certainly that's where we see the most intense challenges associated with the unsheltered population. So there are a few work streams underneath of that pillar. And then on the right side, the 3 pillars that we refer to as upstream priorities: people, prevention, and production. People, as I mentioned before, really kind of thinking about the consumer experience, so to speak. You know, imagine being someone in the community that's homeless. And this is the case in many communities. It can be a very fragmented system. It can be hard to understand where to go, where to start, how to work with different community partners on your journey from homelessness into stable housing. So that's the emphasis on the people pillar. Prevention hopefully speaks with itself. What are strategies and tactics that we can collectively advance as a community in order to keep people housed? And then production is just an acknowledgement that while more units isn't the only piece of the equation, having more affordable units brought into the system is always an important piece of the puzzle that we're trying to solve for. So underneath of the pillars, you can see, for example, street outreach on the far left. There are 12 distinct work streams. And what we've done here is we've got these dashed circles that show the 7 areas that the city is currently exploring. And this is where we'll get into a conversation to make sure that what we're doing is aligned with committee expectations. But of the 12, there's 7 currently that staff is most interested in. And of those 7, we're going to talk specifically about 5 on subsequent slides. So what I'm going to do is cherry pick the 2 that aren't really spoken to later in the presentation. One would be street outreach. Once again, something we talked about in depth as it related to the ordinance enforcement discussions and the importance of street outreach. In January and February, there were a lot of things that were kind of on the drawing board and we were excited about, and I think there was some excitement with council as well, and I'm pleased to report today that we're making a lot of progress. So Hearts for the Invisible is the organization that I've mentioned before, led by Jessica Lefkowitz. The county has been working with Hearts for the Invisible. The city has been working with Hearts for the Invisible. As of today, she has her small team of folks that are embedded and really focused primarily on the unsheltered population in the center city, which is something we had talked about a couple months ago as being really important for us. Last week, in a conversation United Way had with Atrium expressed a desire to move forward with psychiatric street outreach, which is willing to think about how they could step forward and provide some of that psychiatric outreach in the field. Is very meaningful and a good example of how United Way is kind of plugged into the ecosystem and helping us move this forward. Last point on street outreach is, to me, it's kind of a microcosm of how something like a Home for All can be powerful. How do we get the community aligned around a particular priority? Done, part of a Home for All. How do we get various players in the ecosystem coordinating on programming? That's just what we're doing. Mecklenburg County kind of got it started with Hearts for the Invisible and supporting Jessica Lefkowitz in the development of a strategic plan. Then we came in a couple months later to provide some additional support for Jessica to have that dedicated street outreach team uptown. We know we've got our CARES team. Charlotte Center City Partners has their ambassadors team. So having those disparate pieces connected and talking to each other, and through a Home for All, kind of building that momentum in terms of different entities and organizations that are engaging the unsheltered population is really important. Moving to the far right, Housing Trust Fund. Here really just an acknowledgement that expanding the Housing Trust Fund through additional city dollars and or a long-term vision of potentially having Mecklenburg County contemplate providing some support, gap funding type support like we do, would be clearly a very important thing. We haven't talked about that here with you because we know that that's just the sort of thing that you're going to be grappling with as part of your FY25 budget process going forward over the next month or so. As we leave this slide, I would mention that one item that we've really taken off the table for now is legal advocacy, which is in the prevention tower. So we felt like there was the level of questions and concern around that particular topic at the last council meeting, in our view, were so strong that we felt like, in the interest of time, let's take that one off altogether now. I'd love to think that maybe in the future we could have another conversation about it, but for now, we're just taking it off the table, focus our efforts and attention elsewhere. Okay, next slide. So we have just a handful of slides here to focus on those 5 areas that were circled on the previous page, just to make sure we're doing our part to provide transparency around what does the path forward look like here. So critical home repair, of course, we all know, City of Charlotte, very long history of supporting critical home repair and emergency. With the City of Charlotte, it could be difficult for them to stay in their residence. So this would not be new for us. You can see the reference here to like a 2-pronged strategy. The 1.5 million referenced at the top, not really incremental funding. It's embedded in our CIP request in the FY25 budget. And historically, the last couple of years, we've spent at or above that amount. So this would not really be a new thing for us. But one thing we wanted to make sure we were clear about, consistent with the way we handled things last year, is that we will go through a request for qualifications process. And before we put that money to work, we would have a request for council action that would come to full council. Last year, it just so happened in our request for qualifications that Rebuilding Together, Habitat for Humanity, and For the Struggle were 3 entities that demonstrated the ability to do this sort of work with our CDBG dollars. So that's the sort of exercise that we would go through again with this $1.5 million. And then the $300,000 here, Director Hefner and I have both made references to this over the last couple meetings, but just to put a finer point on it here. Not that I would expect anybody to remember, because I had to look back at all my notes, but so in 2022 in the Great Neighborhoods Committee, Director Hefner provided an overview and some perspective on a whole suite of strategies and investments that we were considering as part of the Staying in Place program, with some PAYGO funding that was set aside in the budget a couple of years ago. And there was a discussion around we would activate on the component pieces when the time was right. And there were some references in that presentation to the importance of support for critical home rehab for low and moderate income households, as well as things that we could and should do in order to build some capacity within the community for contractors that could do that work, with a particular emphasis on MBE where possible. So that would be the idea there with the $300,000. And oh, by the way, that would be in combination with Mecklenburg County and with U.S. Bank, who has stepped forward through a grant application that was submitted by the United Way, where that would be a collaborative effort to do capacity building with $900,000 in order to address some impediments that the contractors would have in order to bring this work into the marketplace. Because as I've said before, it's not enough to have the program designed. Would you like to pause with each one of these slides for committee feedback? Would you like me to go through each of them and then we'll do the feedback?
In the interest of time, I'd rather you be able to get through all the material.
Okay.
What's the pleasure of the committee?
Okay, all right, let's keep rolling. Slide 5. So as we talked about before with emergency rental assistance, in COVID, if you think about the funding that came into the community with the CARES Act and the American Rescue Plan and other federal stimulus funds, the City of Charlotte alone had well over $50 million that was devoted to emergency rental. Emergency rental assistance went through the RAMP program, which is co-funded by the city and the county and administered by DreamKey. So we don't have $50 million at our disposal for that sort of thing going forward. So the idea here with this particular opportunity would be to, how could we be as intentional as possible, recognizing that the demand for this kind of support is always going to outstrip supply. How could we leverage data to have a targeted approach to providing emergency rental assistance? And how do we kind of build on and expand on the types of emergency rental assistance that's available in the market today? Possibly providing additional rental assistance beyond just the 1 month's rent that's overdue, providing some dedicated supportive services in order to help stabilize a household. So this is one where, when I presented it last, there were questions around, well, what has council approved or not approved? So we want to take ambiguity out of this equation altogether and just say here right now that we would bring an RCA back to council that would outline all of the specifics on this investment opportunity, where the money would go, what the vision for the specific program would be, et cetera, et cetera. Another point that we wanted to make here is that as we're looking at FY25, you also have a financial partner request from Crisis Assistance. Historically, that's where they've received city funding on an annual basis, at least through the financial partner program. So the FY25 request that they have in the mix right now is $395,000 for rental assistance and $180,000 for utility assistance. So this idea here through the Home for All initiative would not displace any of that. It would be in addition to and above what you're being asked to consider through the financial partner process. But the idea would be that we would do something a little different with the money than the way that Crisis is currently running their programs. And it'd be important for me to say that Crisis has been a great partner for us, both in the kind of the recurring routine work that they do, and when we've had displacement events in the community and we've called Crisis, they don't ask many questions about, well, this and that. They say, how can I help, and when do you need me and where? So there's often nothing more valuable than that. One other thing I would mention on emergency rental assistance is in the Q&A, if you want, Councilmember Ajmir, you'd had a specific question on April 22nd about, well, how much money did we get in the ERA2 program? How much have we spent? What's left? And what do we plan on doing with what's left? We have a slide in the appendix that lays all of that out, so we can come back to that later. Next slide, please. Property provider recruitment planning. So once again, I'm repeating myself a little bit from prior presentations, but here the idea is we know as a community that just having a rental subsidy in hand does not guarantee housing. And individuals in the community, sometimes, sadly, their vouchers expire, or if they are successful in finding housing, it can often be many months before they're placed in a unit. So the idea here is to really focus on more like a systems level approach to the recruitment and retention of landlords that are willing to accept vouchers. So right now, as you can imagine, it's very fragmented in the marketplace. You've got a lot of agencies that are out trying to do the same thing, figuratively knocking on landlord doors, asking if they'd be willing to accept a voucher holder. So this would kind of centralize that front end piece where imagine having a bullpen of as many housing providers as possible that are ready, willing, and able to rent to individuals with either housing choice vouchers or some other form of rental subsidy. And then as opportunities emerge, having a quick matchmaking process that could happen. This, of course, requires resources, right? Because the whole idea is how can you make the landlords indifferent or close to indifferent between accepting a voucher holder and a non-voucher holder? And often that requires some sort of an incentive, either a holding fee or a signing lease bonus or some sort of risk damage funds on the back end. There are various tools that can be used in order to recruit those landlords into the mix. So that would be the basic idea there. Okay, next slide, and the last one along these lines, and we're nearing the end here. So once again, in terms of retooling and reframing since we last had a conversation, these are two items where we're pressing pause, not because we're less enthusiastic about it, but we just want to make sure that we're bringing items to committee when they're ready and when they're ready for prime time. So for various reasons, we're making this a lot more generic, in part because I know there was some feedback last time that we need to be careful about putting specific numbers out there because we can inadvertently set some expectations with the community. So we've pulled back on both of these. There's a reason the amount says TBD and the funding source says TBD. Maybe the most important thing is on the far right, where when these are ready for prime time, when they're ripe and ready for conversation, we will start here in the committee and seek your feedback. I would mention system navigation very quickly. That gets back to that people part of the pillars. The emergency shelter, for me, this is all about timing, and there's some very specific things that council will be doing over the next 6 months that will reveal whether this emergency shelter concept is or is not something we should bring back into committee. Step one is the budget process and the evaluation you'll do around the Housing Trust Fund and how big that should be. Step two, of course, is the referendum in November. And step three, and these are all of co-equal importance, will be the policy referral that was released by the mayor in early April, which the committee will start chewing on next month, giving you an opportunity to identify or affirm what your investment priority areas are for the Housing Trust Fund and what, if any, allocation you want to set up for the Housing Trust Fund or across new multifamily construction, NOAAs, comprehensive rehab, home ownership, all of the things that you've expressed some interest in, but to date, the Housing Trust Fund has never really identified allocation percentages for those investment alternatives. So as you're going through that exercise, it should be revealed to what extent things like emergency shelter and permanent supportive housing continue to be priorities. And if so, then in calendar year 2025, when the Housing Trust Fund has been replenished And when we have a clear sense for your policy priorities through that referral, if there's something that emerges that seems lined up with your policy preferences, then we would bring it back in for a more meaningful conversation. Okay, last slide on key takeaways. Just to underscore here, our participation in a Home for All, driven by committee, driven by council. If there are things you see that you want us to speed up on, we'll speed up. If there are things you see you want us to slow down on, we'll slow down. If there are things you want us to pause, we'll pause. If there are things you don't like at all, we'll put them to the side, just like we did on the eviction prevention. In terms of approvals, we'll be sensitive to not get ahead of the headlights on anything. Anything that would normally go through the council approval process is going to go through the council approval process. And then on the United Way's role, I've given some snippets of examples already where I think that role is proving to be very valuable. The coordination and evaluation of efforts across work streams. As I mentioned in the last meeting, whenever you have multiple work streams and you have multiple funders, there's a very valuable role for program management in the middle. And then also when you have a need for fundraising, because the vision for a Home for All has always been a public-private sector collaboration partnership. I mentioned to you before that Mecklenburg County is in the midst, through their budget process, of evaluating the Home for All investment opportunities somewhere around $14 million for FY25. So they're doing their thing. We're advancing things in a way that makes sense for us. And the United Way is also in the midst of under the quiet phase of a campaign with the private sector associated with helping to activate some of these initiatives. So that was a whirlwind tour. I'd like to now pause for a second to give Laura a chance just to provide her perspective on their work, and then we'll bounce into Q&A.
Thanks, Sean, and thanks for the opportunity to be here. I want to be sure and acknowledge our board members who took time out of their day to be here, Raj and Joe. As you all know better than anybody, our collective efforts to address these issues have not yielded the kind of results that we want. And we still face significant challenges related to homelessness and affordable housing. Much of this is a result of unprecedented growth, the unfettered rise in the cost of living, untreated mental illness, and the consequences of the opioid epidemic. As a result, our nonprofits are stretched beyond capacity, uptown vibrancy is threatened, and many of our neighbors, including teachers and police officers, cannot afford to live in the city in which they work. Charlotte stands at a precipice. Either we come together now aggressively and creatively to tackle some of these problems, or it's quickly going to be beyond our control, like we are watching happen in other cities every single day. We need to keep doing the things we've always done. We need to build housing, we need to provide shelter and services, emergency assistance, but we need to do more, and in some cases, we need to interrogate how we're doing things and do them differently. Almost 2 years ago, United Way was asked by community leaders to spearhead the implementation of a Home for All. This plan, led by Jean Woods and Kathy Besant, was created with input from over 250 community members, nonprofit and corporate leaders, city and county representatives, and those with lived experience of housing insecurity and homelessness. The plan is perhaps the first in the country that recognizes the need to both prevent housing insecurity and deal with the needs of those experiencing homelessness today. It is comprehensive, it is complex, and it is a beautiful plan. United Way was tapped in large part to build the public-private partnership that's going to be required to make this successful. But there are two things that we need to make that happen. The first is to be empowered and trusted as the lead organization with this heavy and awesome but wonderful responsibility for our community, and to have the necessary resources to implement it. It is not our intent to replace the support that is already going to our critical nonprofit partners, but we were asked to do this because there needs to be an organization charged with spearheading the whole thing. We need to be able to identify things that will achieve different kind of results, ensure the funds are raised and deployed effectively, and track and report on outcomes. Right now, there's nobody charged with that for the whole system of housing and homelessness services. If we do not have the city and county support financially, we can't be successful. That's the bottom line. United Way will not be able to privately fundraise, nor can we hold ourselves and others accountable for the outcomes. Currently, we have about $10 million outstanding in private requests. Almost all of those donors have told us they are waiting to make a decision to see what the city and the county do. They want to see meaningful investments from local government before they make a decision. I know you have many competing priorities. I'm a Charlotte native. I've watched this city grow by leaps and bounds and sometimes can't even remember what it was before. But we have an opportunity here not only to make a meaningful difference for our city and for the people experiencing these issues, but we have an opportunity to stand as an example to almost every other city in the country that's facing the exact same problems. Charlotte is still small enough, nimble enough, scrappy enough, and determined enough to make this happen. So I please respectfully ask that you consider our request, you help put United Way in that lead role, and that together we will get greater outcomes than we could doing this individually. Thank you.
So that is the conclusion of our formal presentation. I'm ready to answer any questions.
Thank you. Just real quick, did you two have anything to add?
I think we're here to answer.
Okay, got it. All right, I just wanted to acknowledge Councilmember Graham joining us today. And we will start with questions. Okay. No, I went to the end. Vice Chair?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, thank you for the clarification, because I think there was some confusion when I've spoken with both representatives of United Way as well as some of our other partners that we have been working with for a number of years as far as who identified United Way as the lead organization. And you said it was led by Gene Woods and Kathy Besant, the community conversation. And it was from that small group that it was identified.
I mean, it was 250 stakeholders that weighed in on the plan. We were approached at the end of that planning by Center City partners, the county, and corporate leaders asking us to lead this.
So Center City partners and corporate leaders and the county.
And the county. And I also had conversations with city leaders to see if we would be supported if we took on this role.
Okay. Sean, you mentioned the Hearts for Invisible. We did fund them, and the county funded them. Because I'm looking on their website, and they have no mention of the city or the county being listed as a partner or a funder. Government is not listed on their website as a funder. But I'm also wondering, for me, it would be helpful to know when I'm looking at any organization that we fund, and when you click on the who we are, to know who that board is. Sure. That is not something that's easily seen here on this website. That gives me concern, and I'm only going to speak for me. If an organization is going to be created and we're using dollars to help the diversity of our community, I want to see that that board is diverse. Because if that board isn't diverse, that gives me concern regarding you really addressing the needs of the community on the ground, because there are some very specific needs that are out there. When we're looking at, and you clarified it a little bit on the impact of the current state practices and norms, so we all know that Crisis Assistance Ministries has been doing their work for a number of years. You're saying that this additional request of $2 million, that if we were to move forward with a Home for All, that $2 million is going to a Home for All for them to then distribute.
So let me start, and then I'll ask Catherine or Laura to weigh in. So if we were to move forward with this, then the money would really be a collection of funders, not just the city. So the county is also evaluating a similar funding request here. And an organization would be identified, in the United Way would really administer the process with participation from funders like the city. So this wouldn't be something that we would not be involved in. An entity that could really, just like we did for the RAMP program, collectively identify Dream Key as an administrative partner. There would need to be an administrative partner for this. Organizations like Crisis and other organizations would likely or would have the opportunity to step forward to be that partner. But one council member mentioned at the last meeting that they like the competitive process. And these would still be competitive processes to identify administrative partners.
But it would be managed through United Way.
United Way would kind of administer the process with a review committee making the selection decision that would include representation from the funders, such as the City of Charlotte. Yeah.
So although, and I'm just using Crisis Assistance Ministry as an example because we have them listed. So under this new model of crisis assistance that have had individuals come in needing additional funding, all things great, they've identified a unit they're looking to move in. They will be able to go through crisis assistance as okay, let me rephrase it. I'm trying to figure out, where does the actual community member who needs these services go versus what is the plan of this? How does that person who needs assistance, where do they go, and what is the expectation for them?
Sure. I'm going to ask Catherine to weigh in, but one clarification I would make as I hand it off is these would be scenarios where individuals are housed and in need of assistance, emergency rental assistance, utility assistance, not individuals that are homeless. So I just want to make sure that that was clear.
So for this $2 million for the emergency rental assistance, these are individuals who are currently have a unit,
Yes.
but may be facing eviction from that unit.
Yes, yes.
But you're possibly facing eviction from that unit for non-payment.
Could be. Yeah, could be.
Okay.
So, and please jump in, Oshana. The conditions under which United Way would ask to receive funding from city, county, and private donors and then grant that funding out to an identified partner agency would be when there's an innovation that we're trying to introduce. So change the way that agencies are working. So it wouldn't be somebody just doing business as usual. So it would be an innovation. And then because there's an innovation, we want to be very intentional about the evaluation of that innovation. Because I would like to be able to come back to you and tell you it worked, or we had to fine tune it because these are the things we learned and it's going to be stronger because of it. And if we don't hold that money and get information get information that was about what was achieved with that braided public and private set of dollars, then we are not going to be able to play that role as evaluator of holding agencies accountable. So that's kind of, there are unique conditions under which we would ask that we hold the money. And when those conditions don't apply, it didn't need to come through United Way, or wouldn't need to. In answer to your specific question, United Way is not, nor will we ever be, a direct service provider, right? So what we would intend is to run a competitive application, and then agencies would be invited to apply who are willing to work in this new innovative way. And then a grants committee that could, and we would expect would include representatives from the city, elected staff or appointed members community members that you would want to see on there. That committee would then select the partner agency to implement the innovation. And so the direct answer to your question of where would I go as a community member to look for help, I would go to whatever agency is selected through that grants process.
So Sean, help clarify for me. The purpose of a Home for All would do exactly what based on what we already have? Because we already have agencies that apply direct to the city for funding, for them to then go out and distribute the funding as needed based on the requests that come through their offices. They're already calling each other when there's a need if they don't have direct access. So help me understand again the idea of housing this in one particular location just for people to have another application process that they have to go through. But now the application process is for the organization.
I think it would only because what's being contemplated here is different than what's currently available in the marketplace. So we would be asking the administrative partner to design something that's different than what's available currently. And it could be some combination of providing more financial assistance than is generally currently available in the marketplace, because right now it's almost like an emergency room environment with emergency rental assistance where they may be able, through crisis and other agencies, to cobble together something that can just barely get them by. But then next month or the month after, they're in the same position again. Mm-hmm. So because the notion here is that we have finite resources as a community available for this sort of thing, unlike this with the stimulus dollars, how could we be more purposeful with those dollars? Maybe providing more financial support to help them get financially stabilized, but then also a higher dosage of supportive services that can help prevent them from getting back in that position in the future when they're on the cusp of homeless potential eviction again. And whichever agency partner is selected, they would be the one that an individual in the community would contact. And/or there could be a model here, if we have the right kind of data, where we could potentially, theoretically, even target households. There's still more details to be worked out on this, for sure. But we wouldn't be introducing something that's identical to what's currently in the marketplace today.
So, excuse me, who exactly will be funding or administering the additional wraparound services? Because using the example that you gave, which one of the challenges that I'm seeing is multifamily, for example, that the city has funded to help address some of our need. Their model has a 3% increase in it. We are having individuals today that are now being priced out of those homes in less than 3 years, and they're having to come right back through the system. So who is in charge of the funds / the administration to get them connected to our jobs training program, whatever it is, to help them be able to sustain this 3% increase that's coming every year?
So maybe we'll tag team again. I would start and just say that, let's just pick a theoretical example where crisis were decide to step forward based on how this competitive process were laid out. And they may decide that, well, with this level of funding, they could then provide additional financial support for a particular household. But then they already have case managers, right? I mean, crisis is doing an element of this today.
Right.
But might they, with this sort of a program and this kind of funding capacity, be able to expand that for it to be more robust? So it really depends on which partner would step forward and be selected, and what they already have in place and how much of it they have to build or grow or whatever the case may be.
But I think the
Yeah, go ahead.
expectation is that whoever we pick would be able to provide those kind of services, because the whole point is we want to try to stabilize individuals and families before they become homeless or before they have that eviction order, right? Because things are already so far down a path once you have the eviction order. What we saw during COVID is that if we can get upstream and we have a few more months to stabilize that family, that individual, put those wraparound services in place, then they're less likely to fall into homelessness, right? So my expectation would be whoever we choose, whether it's crisis or any, part of the requirement is going to be they've got to be able to put that navigation, those case management, whatever you want to call it, those services in place.
So currently, we're saying that's not happening.
I think right
So
now.
this will be one of those innovation
Yes.
things that you're talking about.
Yes.
Because I think for some council members, the expectation a long time ago is that that was happening, but we're saying that it has not actually been happening in a way where we're able to track it, and innovation could be being able to actually put the numbers and the metrics with it to ensure that this is happening.
Yes, I think it has happened in a limited way. I think most emergency financial assistance is tied to having the eviction order in your hand. If we can get ahead of that,
Right.
then it's much easier to fix it there than after somebody's living out of their car with 2 kids.
Exactly. So, Sean, another question for clarification. When we're talking about looking at slide 6, the property provider recruitment planning, do we have a rental dollar amount or a size of unit that we're targeting? Because rents are all over the place. So I can say that my rent for a 3-bedroom, 1-bath is $2,800 a month. What the individual may be able to pay is $500. So is the expectation that our dollars are going to cover whatever that difference is, or do we have an actual metric on how much of government assistance and the expectation of here are the things that you need to be doing to help wean you off of government assistance? Because we have individuals out there that have been receiving subsidies or access to subsidies for over 20 years. So there's a disconnect there.
Yeah, this would mean housing choice vouchers are probably Exhibit A here. And if you think about the payment standards for housing choice vouchers, as an example, these would have to be units that would be accessible to someone with a housing choice voucher or some other form of a rental subsidy. I mean, that's the only way that this model works. They have to be affordable and accessible.
But what is the amount in the housing choice vouchers? Do we know that?
I don't have a specific number. I mean, Enlivian publishes very specific rates for, HUD has the fair market rents, and then Enlivian has specific payment standards, which can vary a little bit. If it's an area of high opportunity, the payment standard can be a little bit higher.
So we're using Enlivian's number?
I'm just using that as maybe the most common type of rental subsidy in the marketplace.
Yes, I was going to add, with the housing choice vouchers, it's going to depend on the family size, right? And so that's going to depend on how much it is going to be. But part of what we can use some of this incentive funds to be for is that gap fundings. And so say someone has a voucher that's $1,500, but the unit that they're looking at is $1,800, then it could be that $300 difference that's being utilized. But we want to ensure that it's not these outrageous rates, that we don't have providers or landlords who are utilizing this program to benefit them and discredit what we're able to do here. We want the funds to be able to stretch as far as possible. And so that is something that we'll explore to make sure it's not being abused.
So that will be something that I think will be helpful to be brought back to council is we can say what's an outrageous amount, but my amount that I might be thinking is not necessarily the amount of what's out there. Because again, just doing a simple search on what's for rent out there now versus size of unit and the cost of it, what I don't want to do is set us up where tax dollars are being used where it's more than $800 or $800 or more that's covering the gap. Because that's a considerable gap for that individual, and the chances of them getting to a financial place within a year or 2 years where they can cover that on their own or stay at that 30% or below will be very challenging. So I want to make sure that the numbers, if we're talking about going to providers, I want to make sure that it's very clear that this isn't a blank check for you to bring someone in and you just get to arbitrarily come up with some number that really isn't realistic.
Right, and so there'll be guidelines and things in terms that they will have to abide by in order to participate in the program, again, to ensure that there's not abuse.
That's information that will have to come before us as we move forward so that we're all on the same page. Because again, what I'm seeing in community and a number of conversations and emails that I've had just in this last year and a half have dealt with individuals that we have helped under our guise of providing assistance, and those individuals are back to square one, if not in a worse financial position, because they were not able to secure a change in their socioeconomic status to help them move forward. And we're in this hamster wheel. So I'm trying to hear how this will help us get off that hamster wheel into something that is more sustainable. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Ms. Shmira?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. First, let me thank Mr. Heath for addressing some of our questions and concerns. I do see there is also a definition that I had requested. So $1 stretch to 40 times. What does the success look like? What are the outcomes that you're expecting out of this?
We have a robust outcome metric framework that we're using, and Catherine and Oshana can talk more about that. I think just high level, we're looking for fewer homeless people on the streets, and we're looking for more housing to be built and more people to be stably housed. And there will be all kinds of metrics in between all of that, but at the end of the day, I think that's what we're all looking for.
So I think what we would like to see, I know this is early in the process, Laura, and I've worked with you in the past when I was on the Housing Authority Board, now it's called Inlivian, when you were over at Renaissance West. What I would like to see is some sort of performance measures, right? So that we have something to report to our community, that this is how we have effectively used tax dollars to leverage private money, and this is the number of units that we are trying to either bring into the system, build, preserve. This is how many people that will be having roof over their head. So having those clear objectives and goals would be important.
And I think that is a completely reasonable request. What I would ask council to remember is that a lot of what we're talking about today are pilot programs. Right. So what we're going to show you can initially be achieved is not what we think the totality of that is. Okay. But we also want to be careful to not overpromise until those pilots get underway. But completely agree that we need to have the metrics out there.
I completely agree 100%. I think we got to have some sort of goal for the pilot. and then obviously longer term.
Yeah.
So short term,
Exactly.
midterm, long term goals. I do agree with one point that was mentioned by my colleague, Councilmember Mayfield. Council does need to be made aware of how you go about identifying our partners, your partners, and performance measures for each one of those partners. How do we hold everyone accountable to, because we all should be working towards one goal.
That's right.
Is to address homelessness, having less or eliminate homelessness as much as we can, and having more housing providers participate in the program, and ensuring that we are leveraging private money.
And you've hit on a really
But there's other small organizations that are doing it as well. So I want to make sure that as we're having this conversation and talking about funding, that we have a very clear and transparent process, so it's not just the who's who of the city that gets access and that's actually presented to council.
Go ahead, Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for the presentation. Hold on, I'm trying to turn the camera on. I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you for the presentation. I just had a few questions. The $500,000 the $500,000, if we were just going to provide subsidy or additional vouchers or something, if that would go directly out. And then I have some other questions.
Yeah, so I'll take that question. The bulk of it will go to incentive funds, but I do want to point out that a portion of it would go to staff, some compliance staff, some staff that's dedicated with real estate background in doing recruitment, but the bulk of it would go to incentives. And so some of the incentives could...
I also wanted to clarify something you said. You were talking about the emergency assistance, and I wanted to understand what you were saying, emergency assistance before the eviction, or what's going to change?
Yeah, so sometimes, I'll just give you an example. Sometimes we have people show up at United Way, so we're not a direct service provider. They've already been everywhere they know to go. And they say, I lost my job.
Like one thing we know, an eviction is to black women what criminal record
Absolutely.
is to black men. So if there's something that we could do upstream, that would be phenomenal. That would be groundbreaking.
Yes, we agree wholeheartedly.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
An excellent idea because it will allow us to.
This council is that our willingness to do more financially, to partner with the county to do more. And those private dollars are sitting out there waiting for the city and the county to acknowledge their financial commitment to this problem. And so I would do more, but I also wrote Laura is right, and if we don't nip this thing in the bud before it gets worse, and it's getting bad now, we will regret it. And having someone quarterbacking this for us and being an honest broker and utilizing some of the methodology
To share with us yet.
Got it. So obviously there is a lot more information that will come in front of us as part of our future RCA process. A couple of weeks ago, Sean, you had presented a slide that had a line-by-line item of what, I think that's what we need. So rather than, it's the other way around. So
locked into very specific numbers for very specific initiatives. What was important to me as we endeavored upon this was to be honest with the community that this is a big deal and it's going to cost a lot of money, and United Way has taken a lot on by saying we're going to lead the implementation of it. The nitty gritty of whether it ends up being 300 or 320 or we raise 40 or
We are trying to make the case for FY25.
The city, although I started the conversation of $100 million when I first came back, I already had an idea, and it was not this, of where that $100 million would go, because we have some very specific needs. Full disclosure and transparency, my colleagues already know I'm more concerned about the residents who are here in Charlotte, who have lived in Charlotte and who are being displaced in Charlotte, but with no family, no job, no resources, looking for our opportunity.
Take care of it.
At some point, government's gonna come in, we're gonna put money into it with a hope. And we don't lock you in and say, okay, well, for 3 years, you can't raise the rent on these tenants. For 5 years, you can't raise the rent on these tenants. We're saying we're gonna give you this money with the hopes, but we're not tracking those individuals who are actually getting into these units. And it's a small number that's getting, so I think it's gonna cost and present that.
If I might, Councilmember Watlington, you did ask us to help you understand what's the innovation for each of these initiatives. I would ask that you give us an opportunity to do that specifically for all of them, and then help illuminate what's different about the approach we're taking to property provider.
Move forward with today, and if so, would like to. I'm willing to entertain a motion. I think right before that, though, Councilmember Brown had something to follow up.
I'm on board with what Councilmember Mayfield said as far as she's concerned about the people.
And that's how the Charlotte City limits.
But don't we want more?
No, we don't, not in Pineville.
Why do we want it in
Pineville ain't pulled out when it came time for our blue line.
Yes.
Are you okay if we do agenda item 3? Because that one can be accomplished in a very short period of time.
I am.
Okay, great. Warren Wooten, Housing and Neighborhood
What
Services.
have they contributed to us?
Chair Committee, I will go very quickly. I know you have a packed evening. Tonight we have a new NOAA support request to bring forward for you. This project is a little bit, the rents on those 72 30% units started around $400 a month for those individuals. You can go ahead and go to the next slide. So the full acquisition renovation cost on this project was $40 million. And we're keying in two things that we've talked about during your local dollars can go farther, and also just the understanding that we've talked about several times that housing is a regional issue and requires regional solutions. So the request here is for $1 million from city HAPA dollars, HAPA funding, and it will be used for the standard types of renovations that we do on these projects. So roof replacement, siding replacements.
There's a need. We have dollars for it. And in particular, we get the dollars for 11 counties. So when we talk about how do we really leverage our funds to get affordable housing that meets a specific need all across the region, I just think this is incredible. So I look forward to supporting it when it comes before us as well. Thank you. And I believe that's it for us today. Thank y'all.